Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2. It's your little brother Malaki Macabee. It's the word family. Hey, dropping 9,000 in the chat if I can be heard. Y'all see the topic? STL Tour Day 2. STL Tour Day 2. What's the topic? What is hell do we press out? Yeah. Y'all dropping 9,000 in the chat if I can be heard. Let's cook. Let's cook. What did you say? I sound far away? Do I sound good enough? Cosmon Kruger say I sound far away. Let me know how we sound. We in the building. I just hollered at the Bronze Yo. He said he's here in about 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Everybody just hollered at the Bronze Yo. He said he'd be here in about 10 minutes. Let me know if I need to, I don't know if I need to adjust some sounds or what's going on. But let me know. Kyle, turn your speakers up or something. Mama, what's going on? Love and light. That's what I'm talking about. Love and light. Oh, good, y'all. Getting started in this deal. 9,000 sounds great to you. You loud and clear though. Okay. You sound good. Oh, okay, yeah, a little echo. Yeah, we waiting on the building to fill up. Auntie, how you doing, love? Good to see you over there shining, I see. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, we all family in this deal. Oh, good. Okay, we sound good. Got you. We gonna get it done. Okay. Yeah, it's a little echo, a little taste. Mm-hmm. It's going down. It's starting to rain outside in the STL, huh? Look at the big homie. Look at Nehemiah. You see how much weight he unloaded? Oh, and Nehemiah is under 300 pounds for the first time in 30-something years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Nehemiah just be north of 5. Yeah, that's big homie. Yeah. He stopped chewing on the flesh in a couple years. Look at him. Wait a minute, I don't know. Big homie. Nehemiah in the building, y'all. Oh, man. Always glad to see you now, brother. What's going on? Looking marvelous. Sit over by your brother, man. What's going on? Yeah. We waiting for a few people to pile on in. I'm gonna get started in a second. Brian said he'd be here in about 10 minutes. I was gonna wait till Brian got up in there. Yeah. It's raining. He said about 5 minutes ago he'd be here at 10. So I'm gonna wait for Brian to get in here. We gonna make it happen. Man, look, I got up here. I wish I had a whole trunk full of beer. I'm playing no game. I see your bitch and exes in the building. What's the word, brethren? Love, light, and balance to you. Oh, man, everybody's good. Everybody growing up. They all look at you. Be fruitful and multiply, baby. good. Everybody looked at him and said 39.
I might need to do a recount. That's just got to remind about that people.
Yeah, you probably 40.
Shit, September. Then the shit was September 2024.
Ain't that crazy? So many babies you can get how many you got. That's serious.
I'm telling you, I was out with some friends and Mike, his wife said, why is that we doing, they go import, doing security.
They said salute to the big homie, Nehemiah.
Hey, what up, everybody? I'm going to weekly Zoom talking about these people there. Follow what's going on with the chat. I ain't got my vest on, it's in the car charging.
Absolutely. Bang. Yeah, everybody in the building. I see everybody in the building pile on in. Y'all hit that like button, subscribe button. You know what I mean? Get the algorithm popping. Our sister Essenes is in the building. Love, light, and balance to you. We got some Penta Armies, Narvanian goddess. Love, light, and balance to you. Yeshaya in the building. Print Blake, my dirty South brethren. Birmingham, Alabama. What's the word out? We got Dreadful Cosmine, nigga Thustra. That's the West Side Cali Connect, my brethren. What's the word, bro? All right, who else we got? Daughter of the Great Spirit is in the building. Love, light, balance to everybody. We got Cosmine Kruger TV, Cosmine Cal TV, the Cloud Kicker is in the building. Unleash the Kraken. That's Cosmine Kruger right there. Much love to the brother, man. I see my STL brother in her T-Brew. T-Brew for me, yeah, what's the word, man? Love, light, balance to the fam. Love, light, balance. So y'all see right there, Bronze just said he on his way. I was trying to wait till the brother got on in. You gotta park a certain way out here, Bronze. Little space across the street. All right, who else we got up in there? Chieftain, this key is in the building. Love, light, and balance to the fam. Love, light, and balance. Bezel the oil like my brother from the A. Atlanta is in the building. Daryl Cosmine is in the building. The Equalizer. Robert McCall, the Donatello of the Turtle Gang. My brethren, y'all like, subscribe, share. Y'all subscribe to the brother's channel. Subscribe to Cosmine Cal TV. Y'all can go over here and chop it up with the bros, man. A lot of light coming out in this hour. Some people getting offended by it. Some people say, hey, brother, that makes sense. Okay. Naseen Elohim, what's the word, my brethren? Love and light to everybody in the building, man. They be acting like we be saying with hatred and darkness. Hatred and darkness to everybody. Love and light, bro.
If we were moving like we was the time of Egypt, on the other side, then I could actually try to see you doing some truth. Man, if people tell you put the meat down, don't talk to them, don't kill the child.
You mad about that?
Recognize who the fuck all the brothers and the sisters.
They say, yeah.
That one boy said absolutely yes.
Yeah, that boy had a bitch. He said, out of here. I said, boy, you would never be nobody's name. You better hope that know anything. You just around lose your job.
That stuff is crazy.
And listen, and y'all supposed to be the light until the world.
Shalom TV is in the building. Y'all like, subscribe, share. Y'all go over there and subscribe to the brethren, man. Brothers be out here getting it in.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Us four form together and ooh-wee.
Boat ride.
We ran through the whole conscious community like a hot butter, like a hot knife through butter, boy. I'm telling you.
And look, you can tell you it was quite effective because look, one Sarnetta running around asking his people the same question.
Sure was.
So they're like, would you kill your baby if your guy told you to? Then you gotta be quite effective in this hour.
Shout out to the elder Nakam Yamaba Rock. Greetings, family, love, light, balance. What's the word? Who else we got up in here? Prince Judah Vaughn. My brother that's cold with them, that's cold on that bass. You dig? And that keyboard. My brother, love and light to you. We got Hub City in the building, City of Compton, Ema Ahuba Lifestyle. One of our elder mothers in the building, love and light to you. Mama, what's going on? Yeah.
Butters, beer bomb.
Whatever.
All of it.
Just me, Buzz Lightyear's in the building. My brother that got all the archives. That's what I'm talking about. Eric Hamilton is in the building. What's up, love and light to you. Who else in here? I be Yahoo. What's the word? Okay. I see you in the building. Sister Amanah's in the building. Shout out to Sister Amanah. She made this whole trip possible. Love, light, balance too. You know what I mean?
Finally popped in from across the hall.
Global Purpose is in the building. Here, let me play that video real quick so we can show TT, Auntie over here what we talking about. Let's play that while we waiting on Bronze to get up in there.
And look, that's when Malaki was first going through the bank circle. When he ran across that first guy that you see him first talking to, he was actually in the bank circle. And then for this to be a book that y'all call Dr. Zeus or funny dirty book or whatever, making jokes about it, why ain't nobody taking it down? Why ain't nobody like him and how he live? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, look, you walking through the time of Moses, right?
How you look at what's
You walking through every word, killing every animal and throwing it on the altar. And I'm glad you walked through with a burnt offering.
Oh, man.
Not knowing what a burnt offering is, you would never understand what he really had to perform on his son. And what the priest, was it the judge? And judges, oh boy had to perform on his daughter.
Real spill, man. All right, so we're going to play this right here so y'all can hear this. Dang.
Put it on the live chat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it.
Share the video.
Come on.
All right, let's share the screen real quick.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just waiting on Bronze to pull up, but until then, y'all, we gonna share this. We gonna share this real quick. I'm gonna put some up here so y'all can watch. Yeah, right here, Beans.
All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said if the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what.
All right, question for Ease.
Going on, you feel me? Here, hold on, Bronze. Let me see something. Let's do it like this. All right, hold on, Bronze. Let me see this real quick. Hold on. Y'all need to plug up some stuff? Yep. Whatever you need to plug up. Pass it over. I'm about to let you come over here though and look at this. What you call it though? Y'all come over and shout your people out real quick. CGG is in the building. What's going on, sis? I said you back for the side one. Y'all, Bronze, you know.
I started off why he set it up.
You need to plug up, bro.
Mally always in the corner. That boy got us over here. Time out. Slow crew. What's going on with everybody? You got that boy. What's going on, man? It's a bench presser. Create a gang in the building. That's right. That boy, he got the girl and everything. I'm gonna hit up his closet. I got a little small, like get a bit. Well, I'm loving these merch y'all got, boy. They Oahspe knowledge. I got these chains. You still need me to plug some up? You go. I'm cool with it. All right. Yeah, so we just come in, man, show our face, say we love you. Mwah. Tons of kisses. I'm gonna get over here in my shirt mode. And let Mally have his way. You might hear me in my mouth a little taste. Yeah. We gonna get down. I'm gonna hear my mouth a little taste. Excellent job. Excellent job. I like to hear those comments. We ain't come to Mighty Cuddle, you know what I mean? That boy Bron's been bench pressing. Bron said he been in the gym. I was like, yeah, all right, whatever. He be on the treadmill. He don't really be. No, Bron's getting it in. He wants some win. Yeah. That's brother my zone. Bron say, boy, he wish somebody would. All right, y'all. We about to go ahead. Matter of fact, let me play this video real quick for our audience real quick. Play that. Share that. Bang. At the stage. Right there. And now check this out, y'all. This is crazy. But the only reason they saying that is because, and now check this out, y'all. This is crazy.
All right, question for Iz. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. That she had been directed by God to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after.
All right, question for Iz. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. That she had been directed by God to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shada means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, well, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
Or go through. I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opelika apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do. Would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here.
They're out of here.
Mic check. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that real quick. Stop sharing screen. You want me to put this on, boy? Mic check. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that. You want me to put this on, boy? So what, right here on the collar? Yes. I'll have it sticking out like that. Well, you can put it on the desk. On the desk, put it on the desk. I think that's better for you. That sound cool? All right, cool. All right, y'all. Y'all see, we're gonna go ahead and get started. This is always made possible by our sister Ursha, mama's daughter, your niece. You know what I mean? We all know Ursha is very inquisitive when it comes to spiritual matters. As long as I've known, we always had some type of study going on. About 100 questions get put out there. Everybody flipping through scriptures, trying to get some understanding. We be up to, I'm talking about us, we done did hundreds of chop shops and study sessions with us from the old shop all the way down here. You know what I mean? So she ended up calling me. I ended up moving. I ain't in St. Louis no more. But she ended up calling me like, bro, the videos is one, but we need you in the flesh. You know what I mean? We need you on up here. I was like, all right, well, let's go ahead and arrange. Well, that's why, you know what I mean? It feels good to be back in the flesh, though, back in the building. You know what I mean? So day one, so she was like, come do 3 presentations, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You know what I mean? I was like, that sounds good with me. Yeah, I need to get up out where I'm at anyway. Let's make it happen. You dig? So, what I'm about to do is do like a small recap of what we went over on Monday, very small, and then we're gonna talk about hell today. We haven't heard of hell before. Mama, you said you was in the Catholic. You grew up Catholic, didn't you? So you heard of hell before? Hell, purgatory, all this stuff. Yeah. Some of us done had dreams about, not dreams, nightmares, should I say, about the eternal judgment of just burning forever. Right, and it actually puts people in a space of fear. So really, you quoted and devoted to the God because you don't want to roast forever. It's almost like, okay, what sisters? Say y'all was in a relationship with a man, right? And he was whooping the wig off your head, right? So does the sister really love him, or is it more of a fear thing? It's a fear thing. You know what I mean? Now, okay, if that's the case on a small level as a simple relationship between a man and a woman, you understand? Why wouldn't that be the case dealing with your father, your maker, your creator? Like, do he want you to love him based off fear? Like, man, I think he might skin the flesh off my back if I make this mistake, or if I don't get it all the way right, because it's thousands of denominations of Christianity, let alone the Catholics, let alone Judaism, let alone Israelitism, let alone Buddhism. So there's a theme of, if you don't get it right, you're going to roast. And a lot of people are quoted and devoted to the God because of that. You just like, I don't know, burn. I don't know what it is. Whatever I got to do or whatever I'm supposed to do, I'm going to try to do that. You know what I mean? We repent, we get baptized, we take communion, we eat the saltine crackers with the grape juice. Some of us drink wine, but then some people say the wine got to be fermented. And if it ain't, it's alcohol, so now you're sinning because you drink. It's a lot to come with it. You feel me? Based on fear. See? But see, we hear it, well, the beginning of wisdom or the beginning of love is fear. And if you love me, you fear me. And so, but objectively speaking, that's just like a man you in a relationship with, and he been whooping the wig off your head, and you obey. Let me shut up because I don't want him clowning no more. Let me shut the hell up. And that ain't love, though. See, that's fear. And the creator of suns, moons, and stars don't need to threaten anybody. The all-knowing, all-powerful, ever-present, all-loving God who created you. You understand? Don't need to force you into submission. You dig? And punk you into loving him. Yeah, absolutely. Free will. You understand? And the deal about it is, we all got liberty and free will. Right? It's just responsibility that come with it. Like, you made a choice, you got to deal with it. Don't go making a choice and then blame God for what happened. Like, you made the choice. Gotcha. Now. All right, don't start that. All right, what's up with these little jokes? Oh, yeah, I got enough silence for little jokes. I got enough silence for little jokes. What's good?
Well, it's the first time I seen your way.
But yeah, that's what it is, man. It's something based off fear, and we all know that the creator ain't got to pump nobody into nothing, man.
And you see how that fear corrupts, man? That a man would take a 4-year-old child. Mm-hmm. How would you assume that a 4-year-old child is homosexual? What sexual activity?
Right. At 4.
At 4.
At 4.
And he ain't even your biological.
Yeah, he killed him.
Took that boy in the back, paid the Hebrew prayer.
Yeah.
Lord's prayer in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And you shot him.
You killed him.
What are the creators saying? What did you feel about the creator that made you want to keep that law to kill that child?
Make it make sense, man. So we're gonna so what we basically here to do is to reveal the right character of who we call God. You understand? Because there's a lot of things out there like he's jealous. You ever heard it before? God is jealous. What else is one? He's a man of war. He's angry, vindictive. He about to put the other nations into slavery. I don't know if y'all read that before. That's all in there. If you ain't no Israelite, you finished. What's that? You said what intent? Yeah, he's a jealous God. Jealous. But so we all have felt the emotion of jealousy before, right? That means it's some competition around. All right, well, who can compete with the Creator? None. Like, how is he jealous of his own creation? See, so when you read, so that's the one thing too. We never tell nobody stop reading the Bible, put the Bible down, none of that, right? I'm saying if you're reading it, put your thinking cap on. You feel me? Everything ain't right. Some things may be off a little taste. Everything ain't right. You know what I mean? So if you skip across something that don't sound right, it's your job to test it. To be like, hold on, that don't make sense to me. Why would that be like that? Why would he tell you to go bash these babies' heads against the stones? You know what I'm saying? So what is murder? Shedding the innocent blood. What the baby sucking on his mama titty do to you? What crime did he do? See, so we just telling you critically think. All right. So right here, let me go show this real quick. I just want to get into some of this character, right, of the Creator, so we can understand. Then we're gonna get into our topic at hand. Chef Aniya in the building. What's the word, sis? I ain't seen you in many moons. What's up with the family? Send my love and light to them little jokers over there.
Tell some food.
Yeah. Where you at? You need to pull up. If you in the bricks, you need to bring some food on down here. Yeah, chef, come on with it.
Yeah, we need to pull up.
Yeah.
Look at some of that book creation we got.
Put your number in the private chat. We best rather have you deliver some food or something.
Go pick up your sister and come on show.
All right, so look at this right here. Look at this right here. So let me know if y'all can see that on screen. It should be popping up shortly. All right, so right here, we're going into what is the character of the Creator. This is a slight recap, a brief recap of what we went over on Monday. All right, so what I did on Monday, TT, you wasn't here, but I simply said by a show of hands, all right, who all knows or believes that the one that we call God is omnipotent. Omnipotent means all powerful. Like whoever you worship, is it all powerful? You know what I mean? By show of hands, anybody believe that? Know that? I do. I mean, I can't speak for nobody else, but yes, I agree that the one that we call God or identify as God, the Creator, is omnipotent. Next one is called omniscient, meaning all knowledge, not some knowledge, not ignorant of a few things, all knowledge. By a show of hands, who all believe and know that who you identify as your maker is all knowledge. All right, makes sense. All right. Nothing to be afraid of thus far. All right. What else we got? Omnipresent, meaning all places in space, same place at the same time. Who all understands or knows that? Like, yeah, who you call God should be everywhere. Inside you, outside of you, no matter where you at, you should be able to tap in with your maker. Makes sense? And then also unseen, meaning you ain't able to see your maker as you see a man or a woman or an idol or animal. You know what I mean? Now check the trip off this. Even who we call the Messiah in John 1:18 agrees. What do he say? No man have seen God at any time. That's in the Bible. No man have seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he have declared him. So that's basically what we was talking about. We was going over the character of who we call God or the Creator, right? Now check this out. If anytime you read something opposite of that, like say you read something to say the Lord, who you call God or your maker, he ain't all powerful. There's weakness in him. That's your job, not mine. It's your job at that moment to say, hold on, what you mean? He weak. I was always under the understanding he was all powerful. Right? So saying that to say no matter what you read, you gonna read something that's against what you just agreed to. Whether it's in the Bible or wherever it's at. Right? When you skip across that, you ain't forced to believe it just because it's written down. That's good, it's written down. That's what's up. But why do I gotta believe it? Why I gotta believe it? Why I gotta believe God is my maker is weak? Why do I gotta believe my maker is ignorant? Don't know everything. Why do I gotta believe he ain't ever present everywhere? He's sitting in the chair like I'm sitting in the chair right now. On the south side, just right. So what I'm saying is put your thinking caps on when you read the Bible, Quran, any Commission literature that Oahspe brothers and sisters been reading. Put your thinking caps on. Critically examine what it is. You understand? This is your salvation. Can't nobody make up your mind for you. That's our problem. We put our spirituality and our soul in the hands of other people just because they up there hooting and hollering, or oh, that probably no subscription. Look, so what? Tell that man. That brother and sister, no subscription. Huh? Like, what does that mean for you? Like, you got to make the decision on if you believe it or not. That's what they say too. No scripture better than everybody else. Brian, talk to me, bro. What you over? I see the creative Jesus flowing. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what you said about the scriptures. There's no scriptures.
Yeah.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah, you already know that. Also, John 4:24 says God is a spirit, right? And they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth, right? So look, this right here, I want to go over this too. We about to go into, y'all see some of these blue books around here. It's called the Oahspe, all right? And I just want to do a little brief recap of what that's about. All right, notice what it says up on the screen. It says a practical guidebook to the spiritual life. So basically a roadmap. You know what I mean? Is a map evil? It is a roadmap. You know what I mean? And especially in this day and time, everybody is spiritual. Everybody is talking to their spirit guides, sleeping with crystals in their pillows and meditating. And I mean, I ain't against none of it. Yoga, whatever you doing. You know what I mean? Just if you in spiritual communion, like you say, then you know it's just as many scandalous spirits as just as many scandalous people it is. It's double the spirits in the spirit world. Ain't nobody in the spirit, like it ain't spirits in the spirit world just diddly do neighbors. How it's spirits out there looking to trick you, catch you up. That's against you. So how you know what to say, what to do when you skip across one of these jokers? What you say, what you do. All right, so this is a practical guidebook to the spirit life, right? And it says right here, you have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. That's facts. You got a physical body and you got a spirit within you, spirit man, right? Hear me and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the corporeal man, but the spiritual man. So your inner man can be enslaved. What system is set up to where your spirit man can be enslaved? Religion. That's what that's for. It's to enslave you once you cross over. Now and when you cross over. You see? So know what it's saying. Yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility. So, all right, you ain't a slave no more, right? Well, black folk got to do for themselves now. Right? You being emancipated. I ain't nobody's slave. All right, well, you ain't slave master problem no more. Right? With freedom comes responsibility. Every decision you make is on you. Oh, we're blaming everybody for what you got going on. You blame God, the devil, the white man, everybody. I thought you was free though. You see? So look at this. It says right here. It says that yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility. So that sooner or later, your fidelity, that means your loyalty, your faithfulness to your creator and to your fellow man in righteousness, love, and good works shall become the most sacred study of your life. So, thank you, sis. Your loyalty to your maker and to the man and woman next to you, right? It says that's going to become the most sacred study of your life. Not no science, not no engineering. You know what I mean? None of it. It's your loyalty to your maker and how you treat your fellow man. Simple. It don't even sound hard, do it? That means take your time, get out there and do something good for once in your life. Stop plotting and trying to get over on everybody. That's it. Look at this. Your God does not come in this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother. Stop right there. Hold on. That just say God is a brother of man. God is a brother. So that would mean God is not the creator. The creator is your father or your all parent. That means God is your brother. God is family. Men call themselves God. The Bible tells you, ye are all children of you, ye are all gods, but children of the Most High. You see? So we've been praying to our brothers instead of the creator. You pray to God, don't you? This is revealing God is not the creator. God is just a brother, a one-time living man that died, rose through the ranks in the spirit world, and became a god, or in y'all case, a goddess. That's crazy. And if you're a true God or goddess, you're not worshiped. You know what I mean? Your job ain't to be worshipped by man. Your job is to inspire man to raise up, so they could be where you at one day. You can keep it moving. You feel me? We've been praying to our ancestors, our brother, our sisters. Oh, wait, watch this. But as your elder brother with ample experience, nor do I command saying you shall believe because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. So he's saying don't believe it just because it's written down somewhere. Right? You gotta, whatever you skip across, especially if it's something spiritual, you gotta test it. Like, you can't just accept it just because he come knocking at your door. So anybody can come knock at your door and you let them in? No, who is you? What you want? What is that you got? You real inquisitive. A stranger pop up on your porch like, hey, yeah, let me in, scoot over. And you just so gullible. You like, yeah, come on in. Invite the devil on in here, boo-boo. Sit on down. You real inquisitive and defensive at your front door, right? You should be doing the same thing with your spiritual life. Let nobody just come ease up on you. Who is that? What you want? What's your name? What message you got for me? Just like you do in the streets. All right? So check this out. It says right here, nevertheless, through Oahspe, light of the creator is revealed to man, and man is to judge himself and labor to save himself, so that by this he may have honor and glory. So we say, look, this is your salvation, so you work on it. How do you work on it? Get out there and start doing good for other folks, right? Without having to be, applauded for it, or, you see that? Yeah, I bought her some shoes. And just get out there and just be solid for once in your life. Stop being a misfit. You understand? Just do good. It don't cost nothing to do good to nobody. Anybody can do it. All right? You could be in the Amazon swinging in a loincloth and do good to somebody, right? You can be the brother out here on the streets that really ain't got it like everybody else. He'll give you his last. Like, go ahead, bro. We don't want to get you something to eat. It ain't never wrong doing good, in other words. You feel me? And that's all your maker is telling you to do. Right? Treat the next person as if they you, because you wouldn't do yourself like that. All right? Make sense? For the will of the creator is not for man to be forever led. So you're not supposed to be in sippy cup mode your whole life. You're supposed to be a baby in spirit your whole life. Right? Do you still boo-boo on yourself? No, baby's born, he get going to Pampers and diapers and then pull-ups, and then he graduates to the Dun-Dun-Duns, little tighty whities, right? Or because he's potty trained. he don't need to do that no more. And then he don't go backwards until, you know, later on in life where he got to, but it's all progression, right? You don't go backwards, you go forward. So the will of your maker ain't for you to be forever led in baby mode, but for man to ultimately have a light of practicing good works organically from infancy or from a short legger up. Make sense, Auntie? Make sense? All right, we're gonna make it make sense. We're gonna make it make sense. If y'all get some understanding so far, you know, everybody in the chat, y'all drop a 3,000 in the chat. Let's work, let's work, let's work. All right, so look, we about to go to this. Oh, what's going on, my brother? Look at this out here, man. Boy, you all right? Yeah. I'm over. What's going on, Aki? You know, turn, boy. Good to see you, boy. All right, so look, we're gonna go. I'm about to go into the Oahspe, which means light from heaven. That's in the blue book right there. Oahspe. And if y'all don't got it, just look up on the screen. And we're gonna read through this, and then we're gonna get to our topic. Hey, y'all want to close that door? Lock the door.
I'll wait for the driver to come back. He wanted this information. He said he enjoyed everything he heard. Just this short time.
That's what's up. Chapter 1, Oahspe. Y'all get some understanding in the chat. We live too, y'all. If y'all don't know, we got live audience on. We got y'all in the building. Nisha, you need me to navigate through that real quick so we can shoot the page number out to everybody, or it's a crazy name. If I'm saying, you might as well bring it to me. I can go ahead and show it to you. You can shout the number out, and then everybody can, you know what I mean? Look, if you don't know where you're going, you're gonna be looking for it. So right here. So any of y'all that got this big blue right here, we going all the way to this back. Page 765. 765. That's where we going first. This deal a textbook. Look at her. She's like, dang. This deal encyclopedia in this deal. And then that the blue is the condensed version, y'all. They got upper and lower books in there. The standard version is over 1,500 pages. They condensed it all into that right there, though. It's almost like 700. I got the standard edition. That's up 1,500 pages deep. I don't know. One of y'all? You know, you done bought about 100 of these deals. Page 765, we're going to go to chapter 1. All right, Oahspe. And we're going to talk about it. Good to see everybody in the building. Love and light. All right, let me make sure we looking in the chat. We all good. Bang, bang, bang. All right, let's get some understanding. And of course, we're going to open it up for questions and all that. I'm going to be interacting a little taste with y'all. Mainly doing that toward the end. But hey, if you got something you can't sit still, then hey, let's go ahead and try to deal with it. All right, Oahspe, which means light from heaven. Chapter 1, verse 1. These are the words of Oahspe. By your light and dominion, O Jehovah, or the Creator. Peace and goodwill to all men, with faith in you, and forbearance toward one another for your glory. Amen. I do not come to abridge liberty, but to give more of it to you. So this ain't about enslaving you. This ain't about putting you in bondage. All right. It says to give more of it to you with love and wisdom, so that the resurrection of men becomes established on earth as it is in heaven. Good night, y'all heard that? Good Lord. So you got more freedom, and that freedom comes with love and wisdom. And it's all about raising you up, not setting you backwards. Right? Check this out. Verse 3. He whom you worship under diverse names, placing him far away, I declare to you his actual presence. That's what we're here to do today. All right, to declare the ever presence of the Creator everywhere at once. Not far away somewhere where you gotta, go through a certain system to reach him. No. The Creator is as near today as he's ever been. All we gotta do is put ourselves in order and stop doubting our first mind or his voice when we hear it. You know you was supposed to go right, you went left. You know you wasn't even supposed to have been over here, you was warned. You know you've been told it's time to leave. It's about to jump over here. Right? We got to get back to listening. It don't matter what nobody call you, whatever. I'm listening to that voice. I was born to leave and I didn't. Something happened. Right? Now look at this. It says, he whom you worship under diverse names, placing them far away, I declare to you his actual presence, and I accord to you much praise and thanks if you worship in truth, fulfilling his commandments, acknowledging there is only one God, even the creator. So, I see that? Look at this. So we ain't here to tell you your maker is far away, that you can't reach him. We're not here to tell you that. Verse 4, whether you say Brahma, Brahma, or Buddha, Buddha, or Christ, Christ, or Allah, Allah, doing so in reverence to the Almighty, our Creator, practicing good works with all your wisdom and strength. Even so do I proclaim your good deeds in heaven. So this is about the good and righteous work that you do toward one another. Jericho, what's up, man? What's the skinny dog? What's happening? Verse 5, for all of these saviors, gods, religions, are the Father's buildings to bring his children into ultimate resurrection for joy and glory within his kingdom. So no matter where you at on your spiritual path, you understand? We ain't here to, like, you may be Kojic, Church of God in Christ. You may be Catholic. You know what I mean? The Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints, Episcopalian, Methodist, whatever you are, right? You at home, because what that just said was they all building blocks to get you to your maker anyway. You know what I mean? Just don't settle. They all building blocks. It's to bring you to an ultimate revelation of who your maker is. So you shouldn't be in here feeling bad, right? Like, dang, I'm still a Catholic. I'm going through it. You know what I mean? Dang, man, I feel bad. No. It's all a building block to bring you to more revelation of who your maker really is. So no reason to feel bad about none of it. You know what I mean? No reason. Look at this. Ain't none of this your fault. All this stuff was written way before you was even thought of. You just going back over it, researching, searching over again something that came before you. And then you arriving at a judgment in your own mind about what the truth is. That's it. Right? So no reason to feel like you ain't worthy, or you feel bad because you still part of a certain religion or whatever. No, just understand who your maker is. And once you do, you'll make the proper adjustments in due time. Right? It ain't no rush. This is your journey. Take it at your own pace. Right? Everybody out here rushing, trying to get on the next brother or sister's level. No, where you at is where you at. Right? But progress at your own pace, though. Right? Watch this. For all of these saviors, God's religions, are the Father's building to bring his children into ultimate resurrection for joy and glory within his kingdom. Therefore, verse 6, look at this right here. It says, therefore, I do not come to take from you any of your gods or saviors, nor to abridge your field for practicing righteousness, but rather to show you a greater glory and comprehending all of them in the plan of the Almighty, to reach the different peoples in all parts of the earth. Yeah, because you gotta know how to speak the language of the East Indians with the red dots on their forehead. You gotta know how to speak their language if you're gonna come talking to them about your maker. You gotta know how to speak the language of the brothers and sisters in the ghetto, right? If you want to talk about your maker, you understand what I'm saying? So he's saying, look, it always just his plan to reach everybody. Because everybody is chosen. Everybody belongs to the Creator. All right? Watch this. Verse 7. Pleading with you to be charitable to one another and more comprehensive in your judgment, putting away egotism and professing among yourselves that such of you alone were the favorite of the Creator. We get that a lot, especially from an Israelite background such as myself. We the chosen people. No matter what nobody got to say. We chose the people, the rest of y'all ass spit to it. And according to Jesus Christ and the prophets, y'all all going into slavery. Right? Y'all be like, man, them Israelite niggas is crazy. Right? But y'all, what they read is in the Bible. Sound crazy? You just don't like the fact that they reading them parts of the Bible your pastors skip around. And them brothers ain't on the corners yelling at folk for no reason. Right? You run up on one of them and ask, well, can you show me that there's going to be slavery in the kingdom of heaven according to the man? Brothers are going to rattle off 100 scriptures at you. Huh? And prove it to you, chapter and verse. Huh? So they ain't acting like that because they can't prove it. You understand? It's the character of who they worship. Remember, they're chosen. The favorites. I'm chosen, you not. Right? So that produces what? Egotism and all that. Verse 8, look at this. First thing, his living presence. The Creator's living presence I declare to you that he is now, always was, and ever shall be present in all places, worlds without end. Something wrong with that? Something wrong with your maker being always was, is, and ever shall be in all places? No, it's not. Verse 9, doing by virtue of his presence, quickening the life and moving all things onward to a wise and definite purpose, whose presence is everywhere and boundless. You can't put Creator in a box. Can't put Creator in a book. A book is spine bound. Right? Creator is boundless. Can't box him. Good night. Look at this. This right here says that all the living are his sons and daughters. Verse 11. Right? Verse 12. That none are his orphans, but all have a father. Part and parcel of your flesh and spirit is he, even the Creator. That sounds good. I mean, ain't nobody orphans in his sight. Them all my babies. So Creator claim all his children. Some of y'all don't. He claim all he is, though. Now, look at this. Verse 13. Into whose harmony you are like keys to one instrument, with whom you can become as one by practicing his commandments. Look at this here. Verse 14. That only in this way is there peace and happiness to any person on earth or angel in heaven. Second, this also I declare to you, that if you have put the Father far away, saying such as there is a divine law, or there is a natural law, this shows you do not comprehend the living presence of Creator, but profane him and his works. Because you say the sun come up because it's just natural law. It's natural law. No, it come up because his presence is here. Ain't what you mean divine law or natural law. Creation functions because the Creator's presence has always been. But you hear people today say divine law, natural law. Huh? Well, you didn't put the Creator far away. Look at this right here. Verse 16. For there is no divine law, there is no natural law, but all good things were accomplished by the living presence of the Creator. Really? Look at this, verse 18. Things commonly called evil being done by striving to go against him. So the evil you see in the world is a result of people going against the Creator's code. But you got free will. Why won't he stop them, Malaki? You got free will, right? Huh? You got to clean up the mess you make. He ain't make you a robot. He didn't make man robots. Right? So he give you the way and say, look, this is what it is. You want to see more of my glory, more of my creation? Do it like this. Here you go, say, no, I think I'm going to do it this way. Huh? And then based off your own decision, when calamity fall on you, you want to blame God. No, you got free will, right? Right? You decide to go against what he says, so evil produces itself. Not like some people tell you, you know, God send evil spirits. You know, he sent the evil. You know what I mean? That was God that cursed you niggas and threw you in slavery. That was God that told the slave master, whip your back and hang you in. Watch this right here. Verse 19. Third, that Jehovah has not finished his creations. And retired from his works. That where you have said he tired or he rested from his works, you have let yourselves fall through errors of language into profanation or profaning the Almighty. Now we know the story well. Is that Genesis 2 and 4, Nehemiah? Kedar? What does it say? He rested. So all his works was completed and he rested. He ceased from his works. You say, man, look, you don't let yourself fall through error of language, and now you profane the Almighty. The Almighty ain't never stopped creating. Creation is still happening. Still happening.
What if you put that to practical thought?
Talk to me, man.
If he would have literally stopped, everything would stop. Based on what we just said. If we in him and he's in us and all things are because of him, if he would have stepped down and stopped motion, everything else would stop motion.
Everything would cease. You see that?
Not often don't make shit make a little more sense. Get that in.
Look at this verse 20. It says, for he is also master over all weariness. Yo, maker don't get tired. We get tired. We yawn and say, boy, I ain't slept about 2 days, man. I've been up tripping. I've been up having them long nights. Now you learning more characters about your creator, characteristics about your creator. Because now you realize what dang our creator, the maker of suns, moons, and stars, don't get tired. He don't stop doing what he's doing. Because he's master over all weariness and is his own everlasting rest and unrest beyond the comprehension of mortals and angels. Because you really can't grab that. What you mean own rest and unrest and master over all weariness? Well, you can't fully comprehend that if we still get weary, we still get tired.
You don't sleep, you don't need food, you don't need drink.
No, none of that. We do.
So in that sense, you might find in the Bible in one place, be like, you want this sweet smelling savor, but then you find in another place, man, who told you?
Right.
Who won't? Man, I don't want that in my nostrils. I want the cattle on 1,000 hills. Why would I want the family down there? And I think he walked down here and came and got it because he was dealing with an outlook. He went over there yesterday. We talked about how the angels walked through Israel and how they had to go poop off in the field.
Oh, man. Look at this right here. It says right here, verse 21, and he is forever bringing together or creating and forever dissolving and dissipating worlds without number. And those worlds is plural. It's plural. It's countless worlds. Look at this. Illimitable in soul and spirit, forever quickening into life from his own parts, without loss or waste or lack of space, and without hindrance, meaning ain't no stopping the march of the Creator. None. Nobody, baby. Keep sweating. Nobody. You can't stop the march of your maker. What do you mean?
Run that verse back one more time.
Illimitable in soul and spirit. No limit to your maker. Forever quickening into life from his own parts.
From his own parts.
Without loss or waste. I have waste every day. Several times a day I gotta waste. I gotta waste several times a day, Mama. This can't be talking about me or any man or woman that's ever been, because we gotta waste. Without loss or waste or lack of space and without hindrance.
Man, put that back. Take what it takes for a woman to have a child. If the child is born, how tired? Can't like that. After making that child with you, how tired is he?
He's something.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. All I'm saying is, when you look at that, now, when me and I came across these brothers, I said, you gonna love this. I love, like more of a little comments, right? And there was a deity in the comments. And I said, everybody, and I showed them a picture. It's like all that deity does is just sit there. But you can see the whole solar system in the universe. No face figure, no body figure, no figure. It's just an outer shape And the universe is inside that shape. And it's the most powerful thing on this is nothing but white. And I said, ain't that something we actually might be inside? Like we might be his cells. It's ever producing us, never getting tired. Life is unlimited in him, and we coming out of him. Wouldn't he be like maybe the cells in his body?
We're inside of him.
We're inside the creator. I guess somebody just walk in here. Go ahead.
There's some things like when you think on it and mention the creator
Mm-hmm.
and you give up this definition, it's incomprehensible to even come up with a definition to describe the creator. So all of this is conception of man.
Yeah.
But what we feel and what drives us comes from, we derive that from the creator.
Yeah.
That's why he gave us free will.
Absolutely.
Because the creator is free will.
Makes sense, don't it, Mama?
And it's like, it's like there's a sense that we have. That's what you were saying the other day about instead of believing, you just know. You know what I'm saying?
There's a thing like when you think about it when you're a child, your first time away from your mom and dad, ooh, they're free. But when it comes to making decisions, whether I cross the street, where I play at, should I touch this, should I eat that? All those little inner things that you were feeling, all of that, wait a minute. No, I don't want to go with y'all. That comes from your father. That is a name. That's why I'm trying to strive to say is those are the things that are driving us now, but we get so caught up in being boxed into how we think and override what was naturally given to us.
Yeah.
And we stumble into those man-made mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like when we used to go in our mama purse. Why are we a little kid doing this? How did you know that you didn't read that nowhere?
Right.
You all right.
Y'all done been in y'all mama first before.
When you at school, you let somebody dance, and you know that ain't your erasing. What you do? But you looking around. What did you read, Dr. I said, you ain't even thinking. You see someone on the ground, you know what it is. You see who drive a white man, you know it ain't yours.
We connected to the Creator through our spirit, because our spirit is the essence of the Creator. So, like, everybody had that inner voice or their higher self. So, no matter what religion or lifestyle, everybody has that experience where something is higher than we're trying to guide.
Even how we know.
Exactly, those kids, like, they just know, like, how you know that? Like, I just know.
Man, my little jokers, boy. Yeah, they'll be swinging from the ceiling fan. See me and be like, man, it's over. Like, they already know. You know what I mean? They already know. Or see you and just take off running. Like, what you over here doing? You know what I mean? They never read none of that to know. You know you going off. It's programmed in you. You're wired to know, right? You're wired with the Creator's voice. We finna read this, what you just said. I like that. Look at this, verse 23. Fourth, that the Creator is the soul of all, and that you are like independent atoms of his person. You just said that. Verse 24. How then can any man say, behold, my people are the chosen of the Almighty? He has singled out my people to go forth and redeem the world. Verse 25. I proclaim all people his people. And I say also, go forth and redeem the world, but not with words only, nor by the sword, Islam, nor by armies of destroyers, Knights Templar, Christianity, Roman Catholics, but by peace and love, and provide remedies for the poor. And you go complaining about poor folk, crime, thugs, diseases, but we ain't came up with damn remedy for them. We the ones supposed to be coming up with remedies to rid the diseases, rid the poverty. Not complain about it. He little bullet need to pull his pants up. No, don't complain about it. Bring him out the darkness. You heard a joke in the background. That little joke was crying out. That little joke was yelled out when I said. Yeah, we both be producing systems or making systems that bring remedies to our people and to all people. Like, okay, if there's a crime infested area, we gotta produce a system that get rid of the crime. So that means we got all work to do because crime ain't going nowhere no time soon. But we need to be working at it, right? Pull people out the darkness. Don't just talk about them. You see what I'm saying? But peace and love and providing remedies for the poor, the afflicted, helpless, and distressed. You got something in your mind? I seen you rocking.
No, I'm saying it's just like automatic, man. You know, you get somebody up at the door, you know, man outside, I can see you had a sick woman in the car. Stand by the car, wash the car while you take care of my people inside. You know what I'm saying? Be right back here. Here go my number. You like what you heard? Go to the channel we on, chop it up. Easy work, man. The nice is the easy part. And you ain't got that hating on. Yeah. And you come from brothers that was on that corner all the time doing it Israelite. Man, look.
We put them on the streets in St. Louis. We put them on the streets.
You're in a whole different light.
Mm-hmm. That's one of them pioneers right there, boy. Oh, so we put the boots on the streets when it came to St. Louis street teach on the Israelite level. Period.
Now you heard love everybody.
Period.
Oh, it used to be like this.
Oh man. It used to be like that. All right, so look, we got to get to our topic at hand. All right, and we're gonna talk about who. I assume everybody heard of hell before. Yeah, we all heard of hell. That's the place that's, you know, the furnace that we all scared to go to, and really we devote ourselves to the deity because we don't want our back to roast forever, right? So really it's something fear-based, like, you know, again with the sisters, if a cat whooping the wig off your head, you ain't gonna convince yourself that's love. Or is it fear? It's fear. You like, let me shut up before he get to tripping. He make it so, but again, all right, well, y'all know all too well that ain't love though. You feel me? I fear him more than actually love him. Like, right. So if it's like that, which in your relationships is even more understanding when it comes to who your maker is. You don't need to whoop the wig off your head for you to understand him. You understand? That ain't what that is. So again, we here to declare the not only just the ever presence of our maker, but all his character, right? And when we get done, it's just gonna make sense to you. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like for instance, because let me ask y'all this: dealing with this place called hell, this fiery furnace, is it perpetual? Is it forever? What y'all done heard about hell growing up? If you land there, it's pretty much over. That what you heard growing up, boo-boo? Kadar, what you done heard? Don't act like you oblivious. What's going on? Burn forever, huh?
So there's a gulf between them and you. You can't cross.
Sister Ursha, what you heard about hell growing up, dude? Is it forever? We land there, it's pretty much over. It's all over but the shout when we get there. Hot. Forever. All right, so we gonna get into this. So this is an Oahspe presentation. What, where, and why is hell? Do we progress after death, or is our soul sleep until an appointed time? I found this picture right here online. Look crazy, look crazy as all hell, man. And let's scroll on down and get into some of this. All right, I read earlier what the Oahspe is. That right there is the cover of the standard edition. Right there, sucker 1,500 pages. Large, tall mountain to climb. All right, so I'm gonna go into the Oahspe dictionary and the Bible dictionaries on this. All right, so notice right here in Oahspe, it calls hell in the red right there. It says anarchy in heaven, especially in Haddah, the lowest heaven. So Oahspe places hell above your head, not beneath your feet, underground. Two different spots. Like the Bible gonna tell you underground somewhere. What about Sheol? But the devil, that's we talk about Sheol in here. I'm gonna show you. this right here, or in the Bible, hell is basically a fiery place beneath your feet, right? Where the devil is with a pitchfork. Y'all heard pitchforks before, right? Red pantyhose on, smoking a cigarette, waiting on you. And so many, but we're looking at the cartoons growing up, looking at how we've been indoctrinated going to church and all that coming up, or Islam or whatever. We all understood hell is a very hot place, and once we get there, it's a wrap, Jack. That's just what it is. Huh? All right, so look what it says. It says anarchy in heaven, especially in Hadad, the lowest heaven, where angels torment one another. Where angels torment one another when an earthly tyrant dies. Evil spirit sees his newborn spirit for vengeance sake and casts him into hell. That's according to these blue books y'all got right here. It's saying when an earthly tyrant like Adolf Hitler, who the hell is Joseph Stalin, Mao Tse, all the different tyrants in this earth that have lived and came and gone. Genghis Khan, you know what I mean? What's that boy name? King Leopold. Well, that cat there, boy. Yeah, he was serious. You dig? But notice, when people like that die, when earthly tyrants die, evil spirits say, we got us one. Got it. The people you killed, wait on you. People you done did all that harm to, you done been putting that iron to on these streets, right? They waiting on you. And trip off this, it ain't God or the creator putting you in here. It's your own actions that you done did while you was on this earth that's going to land you in that place of torment. So you can take that off to the creator too, or God. God ain't putting you in hell. You doing it.
What the book of Enoch say hell was created for the fallen angels?
Yeah, it does.
Right. So it was never intended for us to begin.
Yeah, it does. Enoch says, matter of fact, Enoch says a lot. And Enoch says a lot. I actually like this. Good read. But notice what it says right here, though. So basically, hell is for those who are tyrants. Cats out here saying they beast in the streets. I heard murdering folks and all that. You understand? When you cross over and die, it's a thing called spirit retaliation. So in essence, whoever you kill, you bind yourself to. Imagine that. Your enemy you hate so much, you done killed this cat, and you don't even know, you just bound yourself to him. For a long period of time when you cross over, boy, and he get his retaliation.
They get the torch of that person.
Yeah, you killed him. Remember, you spilled it, you cleaned it up. Right? You produced this enemy. You the one that killed him and sent him off into the spirit world. And he wants vengeance. Oh, look at this. Hadad, atmosphere, or the atmosphere, the heavens of the earth. Hadad or Hades also came to mean the lower grade heavens that rest on or near the earth, as differentiated from the higher grade atmospheric heavens. Hadad, the first place for the spirits of the dead. Source, we go into the Bible dictionary, blueletterbible.org. Hell, Sheol. Outline of biblical usage. Sheol, underworld. Grave, hell, pit, the underworld. Sheol, the Old Testament designation for the abode of the dead, place of no return. Place of no return. Without praise of God, wicked sent there for punishment, righteous not abandoned to it, of the place of exile, of extreme degradation and sin. Strong's definition, Sheol, Hades, or the world of the dead, as if a subterranean retreat. Hell is beneath your feet, according to the Bible. All right? Including its accessories and inmates. Dang. Grave, hell, pit. What is hell according to the New Testament? Hell, Gehenna. Hell is the place of the future punishment called Gehenna, or Gehenna of fire. Trip off this though. This was originally the valley of Hinnom, south of Jerusalem, where the filth and dead animals of the city were cast out and burned. So where they used to dump their waste at in Jerusalem and burn their waste at, you feel me? They called that Gehenna. And in the New Testament times, that became known as hell. They saying, well, that's the place where we get rid of all our waste at. You know what I mean? It's a landfill. They used to burn their trash in. That's crazy. It's right here, a fit symbol of the wicked and their future destruction. So now you got different spots in the Bible to talk about hell. Psalm 16:10. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. That's David, and some say that's a messianic prophecy about the resurrection of the Messiah, right? But notice he say his soul won't be left in hell, meaning hell ain't a permanent place. If your soul not gonna be left there, that means you ain't there forever. Isaiah 14:15. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Psalms 86:13. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. See, we grew up thinking hell is where you would, once you land there, it's a wrap. Slow down. Bible tell you hell ain't something that's permanent. Right? So why do we believe it's permanent? Why do we believe it's permanent? You did? And it's just based off indoctrination. Remember, this stuff is fear-based. Right? You so quoted and devoted to the God, you so just upright and self-righteous because you don't want to burn. Just keep it real. It ain't based off because, man, deep down inside, man, I just want to do good, man. You know what I mean? Do good for folks and look out for people. It's because listen to me. I don't want the wig whooped off my head. I don't want to burn. You dig? So I'm just going to shut the hell up and do what I'm supposed to do.
It's motivation.
Yeah, it's motivation. It's motivation, ain't it? Bro? You're not dealing with
fear. The Creator deal with love.
That's right. That's right, brother.
And all negative, energies and emotions come out of fear, hatred, anger, despair, depression.
That's true. Look at this right here. That's true, Jericho. Luke 12:5. But I will forewarn you whom you shall fear. Fear him, which after he hath killed, have power to cast into hell. Yea, I say unto you, fear him. I like this one right here. Luke 16:23. And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torments, and sees Abraham afar off and Lazarus in his bosom. That shows that hell and the resting place for the righteous are in the same place. It's just there's a valley dividing them, so they can't cross over to one another. So that would mean where the righteous rest at is underground, and where the wicked are being tormented at is underground. How was the rich man able to see Lazarus in Abraham's bosom afar off chilling while he was being tormented? All right, so according to what we're reading, after death, the righteous and the wicked go to the same place. They go to hell. Huh? It's just they don't chill in the same spot. It's like the room here. It's like the room here. Y'all the righteous, this the wicked, and this big old floor space in between is the gulf to make sure we can't cross over, but we can see each other. And we all in the same building.
But like one side is being tortured and the other side is relaxing.
Right. So it's like we would be over here, boy, being tortured, handled. Jericho, you over there with the sisters, chilling. And we like, man, I see Jericho over there. Right. Let me go over there real quick. I'll let him. No, you can't do that. But that shows you where the resting place of the righteous and the torment of the wicked is in the same building. That's what Bible is teaching. All right, we're going to get some understanding today, though. Ephesians 4:8-9. Wherefore he saith, when he ascended up on high, he led captivity captive, talking about the resurrection of who we call Jesus, and gave gifts unto men. Now that he ascended, what is it but that he also descended first into the lower parts of the earth? So you may hear people ask, what was Jesus doing for them days he was dead before he resurrected? What was he doing? Y'all know it's a doctrine I heard it say he went to hell. He descended to the lower parts of the earth first before he resurrected and ascended into glory. You feel me? All right. So watch this. 1 Peter 3:18-19. For Christ also have once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison. Right? We read hell had inmates. Right? So according to the biblical narrative, what Jesus was doing from the moment he died to the moment he resurrected was he went to hell. He went to hell and to free up some prisoners. Okay? Now, the name of that doctrine, y'all, is called the heroine of hell. This is the source of Wikipedia. It's right on Wikipedia. Blew my mind. I say, dang, they got this thing really together. You know what I mean? It's called the heroine of hell. Watch this. And these some of the pictures they got on Wikipedia. Blew my mind. And this supposed to be Jeebus right here. Right here, coming through hell, grabbing certain saints and freeing them from hell. All right. It says right here, before his resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ grants salvation to souls by the heroine of hell. Fresco. This is from the 1430s. All right, watch this. Watch this. It says right here, in Christian theology, the heroine of hell is a period of time between the crucifixion of Jesus and his resurrection. In triumphant descent, Christ brought salvation to the souls held captive there since the beginning of the world. Watch this. Watch this. That's what I'm saying. When we read, we got to start slowing down. That means the righteous and the wicked are in the same building. Under your feet. Good night. Christ descended into the world of the dead is referred to in the Apostles' Creed and the Athanasian Creed, which state that he descended into the underworld, although neither mentioned that he liberated the dead. Oh, his descent to the underworld is alluded to in the New Testament, 1 Peter 4:6, which states that the good tidings were proclaimed to the dead. The Catechism of the Catholic Church notes Ephesians 4:9, which states that Christ descended into the lower parts of the earth. We just read it. As also supporting this interpretation, these passages in the New Testament have given rise to differing interpretations. The heroine of hell is commemorated in the liturgical calendar on Holy Saturday. According to the Catholic Encyclopedia, the story first appears clearly in the Gospel of Nicodemus in the section called the Acts of Pilate, which also appears separately at earlier dates within the Acts of Peter and Paul. The descent into hell had been related in Old English poems, connected with the names of Cagmon and Sinwolf. It is subsequently repeated in, I don't know how to say that, Alfric Insham's Homilies, 1000 AD, which is the first known inclusion of the word heroine. Middle English dramatic literature contains the fullest and most dramatic development of the subject. As a subject in Christian art, it is also known as the Anastasius, Greek for resurrection, considered a creation of Byzantine culture and first appearing in the West in the early 8th century. Now look at some old pictures. Look at this. Boy, Jesus got a wider forehead than mine on this picture. Boy, look at this. He in a loincloth too. Look at his forehead. Head wider than mine. But he in a loincloth. Yeah. Sure is, boy. Side bleeding. Oh, that's crazy. So look, this supposed to be Adam, the first man. He leading up out of hell. Look at this. So Adam went to hell too. Christ leading Adam by the hand depicted in Vaux's Passion when this was painted around 1504. Really?
Right on into the Renaissance.
The rebirth. Really. Background. The Old Testament view of the afterlife was that all people, when they died, whether righteous or unrighteous, went to Sheol, a dark, still place. Several works from the Second Temple period elaborate the concept of Sheol, dividing it into sections based on the righteousness or unrighteousness of those who have died. So before the Second Temple period, Before we came back from Babylon, I say we the Israelites came back from Babylon and rebuilt Jerusalem. Before then, the view in the Old Testament, Torah and Tanakh is everybody died, no matter if they're righteous or wicked, all y'all go rest in the same place. Ain't no division like in this room right here. After the Second Temple period, it says right here, the concept of Sheol dividing it into sections. So now we got Abraham's bosom. That would be Abraham's bosom. This would be the place of torment. And that would be the valley dividing. You feel me? So you see how this understanding of what happened when you die is not uniform. It's not the same thing. Nobody that read the Bible got the same understanding of what happened when you die.
It don't give a clear detail.
No, it don't. It's very, very vague. Love and light to you, my brother. Always good seeing you. Boy, you want one of these frankincense money? Get you one. Get you one. Okay. You want to pay me later? All of them frankincense and myrrh. You get both of them. They took their $20 fee. Yeah. You know it's all love, boy. Hey, be safe out there. Love and light to y'all. So it was never a key or a uniform concept of what happened when you died.
Was it meant to be a mystery because of inability to see what hell truly is?
So is it meant to be a mystery, basically, right? Now, trip out this. All right, we all plan trips in here. We all, especially Ursula, she always traveling and taking the crew with her. We all plan and go on trips, right? All right, so if I'm like, all right, hey, mama, we about to go on a trip. Your next question is, son, where we going? My answer is, I don't know. Okay, well, son, when you going? When we going? I don't know. What we gonna do when we get there? I don't know. How long we gonna be there? I don't know. What we gonna do? What we gonna eat? Where we gonna stay? And we keep running, I don't know. Why would our maker not give us knowledge and understanding about where we going? What's to come? How can you prepare for any trip if you don't know what's to come?
As we see what hell is, the mystery is that no one knows exactly what the depths of hell really is.
Right.
That's what I meant by mystery.
Right.
Not that hell is a mystery, you know, what would be the point, or what would be the motive of being good if it didn't have a consequence.
Yeah. Look, I take it a step further, Mama. It's all, heaven is even a mystery dealing with the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, don't nobody know if I ask you what you gonna be doing when you get to heaven. Singing.
If the dead doesn't come back and let us know.
Singing holy. What does what do our books say that we have? See, all of it come out the spiritual text that we read. Every idea we have, every concept dealing. Right? Why is it that when it comes down to this destination of the afterlife or death, it's vague? Don't nobody know. Because nobody's gonna claim they're going to hell. Okay, so you're going to heaven, right? Absolutely, I'm going to heaven. My granny watching down on me right now. She got her wings, right? What are we gonna do when we get there? What does the Bible say? It's real vague, y'all. One spot say you're gonna be singing "Holy, Holy, Holy" all day.
And you get there's a bunch of detail down the sort of a hell, but it's vague.
It's vague. It's more details about hell, and that's vague than it is with heaven. You see what I'm saying? It's really vague. And then when you get down to it, you be like, dang, I really don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Some people say you just go to sleep and black out and wait for Gabriel to blow his trumpet. And then you get you a spiritual body, and then the next question is, okay, and then what?
Oh, it's my favorite one.
And then, what is we about to do? Why is it that in all these spiritual books, there ain't even no explanation? Why would your creator keep you in the dark when it comes to where we all got to go?
I think that's basic with the motivation of will. If you're constantly under influence or undue duress to do good,
right,
then you're truly not good. You're
That's
not
true.
doing it from a spiritual aspect. You're not doing it out of love.
That's right.
It's all according to this fear-based and the motivation of feeling good all the time.
Yeah.
There's always an underlying where you're going to receive a reward.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
exactly.
if there's no reward,
Mhm.
would you still do it? Would you do it out of that feeling that
Right.
you have in your chest or that feeling of well-being when you do something good? And you don't have to make a public announcement.
Exactly.
Nobody's got to be around to see it.
Yeah.
But you know it and you feel it.
It feel good to do
And
good.
then you just
Hey, you be all bow-legged in the shoulders. You be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I feel good. The taste, that's what's up. I did something good for somebody, right? That's because it's in you, not on you.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying? It's in you, not on you. Look at this right here, y'all. It says right here. I'm gonna read that paragraph again. It said the Old Testament view of the afterlife was that all people, when they died, whether righteous or unrighteous, went to Sheol, a dark, still place. That's crazy. Look at this. Several works from the Second Temple period elaborate the concept of Sheol, dividing it into sections based on the righteousness or unrighteousness of those who have died. The New Testament maintains a distinction between Sheol, the common place of the dead, and the eternal destiny of those condemned at the final judgment, variously described as Gehenna, the outer darkness, or a lake of eternal fire. So even according to the Bible, there's a difference between hell and the lake of fire.
What is purgatory?
That's the Catholic understanding.
According to the Catholic religion, if you come into this world and you're not baptized, you automatically, if you die in childbirth, that soul automatically goes to purgatory.
Right. And how they get out of purgatory? They got to pray for them or something? Or?
There's no mention of that.
Yeah. There got to be some type of redemptive process. Think about your children. Your children get in trouble. You discipline them. They get in trouble full of time. Stand in the corner, little joker. You know what I mean? Take your little beating like a man, and then again, but they're not on punishment forever. They always get a chance to show that they learned. You said what?
Purgatory is separate.
Supposedly, yeah. How do you get out of it?
Serve your time.
I know. Ain't that crazy? Gotta serve your time, player. So now we about to go to the Oahspe. This is where we going next. We going to the Book of S. Let me. I got you, Misha. Come on. Book of S, daughter of the Creator. We about to talk about a daughter of the Creator in this book right here. Shout out to the daughter. Shout out to the daughter. Let me get you together. This deal. If you don't know where you're looking, this deal will take you forever.
Too committed to the truth.
I got you, Misha. Hold on, right here. Page 642. Shout out to the daughters. And look, a lot of people don't know. All right, so if I asked y'all, are there female angels?
I would say Sophia, which is Mary Magdalene.
In Bible first. I know where you at. You into the Gnostic literature, the Sumerian literature. You on a whole different level when it comes to exactly wisdom, Sophia, and all that. But biblically speaking, are there female angels?
I want to say, you can't have. I'm just saying, you shouldn't be able to have male and female in heaven because you're not there to propagate. You're not there to reproduce. That's what the definitive part of male and female is, other than a particular role that one will play.
So let me ask you this then, Mom. What do women become when they die?
When you die, you become a soul. I mean, you go back into the spirit.
I'm saying exactly. So is that spirit male or female?
I'm just saying, no, neither or. It's a spirit.
So it's androgynous then.
It's a spirit. It's not male or female. In order to have a male and a female, you're talking about having two different things that come together in order to make another thing.
Right, but remember this. They already came together on earth and became a man or a woman and died. We ain't saying that it continues to propagate.
That's what I'm saying. Once you leave out of this body, you go back to the spirit. It's not male or female. It is what it is, the essence, the spirit, the energy.
All right, so what are the in the Bible, right? There are angels, right? Okay. Name some of them. Michael, Uriel, Gabriel. Are these males or females? They're males, Mama.
I'm just saying the name can make you pick male.
Those are males. Mikael's a male. You understand? It don't mean he got to be out there. I'm saying this. It don't mean that he up there knocking hip bones loose. It don't mean that. It's just, but he still. What I'm saying is, when you die as a man, you're still a man or male spirit, an angel, ancestor, spirit, because you were born a man, right? It's the same with the sisters. When you die, you don't become androgynous or mysteriously not a woman anymore, a female. You just a female ancestor, an angel.
So we got female angels?
Yes.
What are their names? I mean,
We about to read about one of them now. It's a sister named S.
I never heard of it.
Daughter of the Creator. I know. That's why I asked it. Go ahead, bro.
It's just like when the Creator came down, right? We're going by biblical narrative. And He let us make man in our image. And then you get two stories. You have men and women. And if you pull the woman out of the man, you see what I'm saying? If you got both of them, even when you look at the name of the Creator, you go by Yahweh. It's,
Stay where you at. Genesis 1:26-27. Let us make man in our image after our likeness, right? And then it says, in the image of God made he them, male and female.
You got dignity that are male and female.
Absolutely. So we about to read about this one of countless daughters of the Creator. Her name S in Oahspe. Book of S, daughter of the Creator. Shout out to the sisters in the building. That's what I'm talking about. Aim to be great in this deal. So go ahead.
That's one of the cold things about Oahspe when it talks about these things, because you notice in the Bible, it took the feminine away. It's patriarchy. If you go with the biblical narrative, follow some Holy Ghost, where is the feminine in it?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
The Holy Spirit is the feminine.
It's supposed to be, but it says when the spirit of truth is come. You know what I'm saying? They just took the feminine and made it Father.
And everything's feminine to the Father in retrospect.
So look at this right here. We about to read about, and look, to keep it gutted, when y'all really get into the Oahspe, you're gonna read about a gang of daughters, gang of high-raised daughters of the Creator. Like, these sisters bad, like serious business. But it ain't it's not a hypersexual, you know how it is on earth. You see a beautiful woman and you like, oh my God, what the, you feel me? And you getting bull mode real quick. That ain't when you get to this type of level, you've conquered all earthly desires and passions. It ain't none of that. We ain't. So to your point, we ain't spiritually, doing none of that. But yes, there are female angels that's revealed in what we about to read. You feel me? And these sisters get down. Like when the Creator called them to go handle some business, go manage a world for me over here and subdue the lower heavens. And man, these sisters, I have a fire ship built in 30 seconds flat that can hold 4 million souls, shoot off to the next planet, and come and subjugate that sucker in righteousness. Real spill. In Oahspe, the first god of this earth was crowned by a daughter of the Creator. The Creator sent one of his daughters to crown that joke. His name's Satantes. Sent a daughter, like, hey, go crown my son. So look, let's get into this. It's very, very revealing. Shout out to the daughters.
That makes sense though, man. How are the daughters go for the
I'm saying, look, the credit. So in other words, there is a very proactive role for sisters in the Creator's kingdom. So if I asked you what your sister's gonna be doing in the kingdom, according to the Bible, what you gonna say? What you supposed to be doing? Hey, you know it say brother, it say 7 women gonna take hold of 1 man in that day. We gonna eat our own food and have our own clothes. Just let us gonna be called by your name to take away our reproach. So that say you gonna be sharing your man. You gonna be 1 of 7. Sharing your man, right? This say something totally different. All right, so let's get into this. It says Book of S, daughter of Jehovah, and it says in the subtitle it says being a heavenly history of the earth and her heavens and of Etheria, from 400 years before Cosmon to the dawn of Cosmon. Cosmon era is the present time.
What's
Etheria is the heavens that are beyond the Earth's atmosphere. So all the black space you see out there, it was made out of ether, so it's called Etheria. It's not the atmosphere, the heavens of the earth. It's beyond that. Yeah. Chapter 1, S. I'm gonna start at verse 35. It says right here, that which applies in my heavens of the earth shall apply on the earth. That which applies on the earth shall apply in the heavens of the earth. 36. The bondage of kings, queens, emperors, rich men, and leaders of men shall be with them in the heavens of this earth, until they have undone the tyranny they had over others. Their heavens shall be without liberty to them. So it's a great responsibility for you to be some type of pope, some type of king, emperor, leader of some huge organization. You know what I mean? You got all these millions of bodies on you, like a Donald Trump, you know what I mean? Like a Barack Obama, whoever. You understand? You had to make a decision that wiped out thousands of people. You're responsible for all that. Yes, sir. Right? So it says, until, it says right here, it says, shall be with them in the heavens of this earth until they have undone the tyranny they had over others. Their heavens shall be without freedom, liberty to them. Those whom they sought to lead on earth, they shall lead in heaven. Neither shall there be exalted resurrection for them until the lowest of their slaves or subjects have risen before them. Right? So slave master, the hundreds of years you spent degrading folk, killing them and all that. You think Master Crenshaw just get to die, cross over, and just swim with white Jesus? No. All your slaves is waiting on you. And since you withheld from them education, proper hygiene, how to take care of yourself, since you kept them at the level of a beast, guess what? You right there with them until you raise them up past you. Till then, you stuck. You see? And most of these people that's world rulers got millions of people that they've been you reap what you sow. They got millions of people they've been subjugating and ruling over. Think about the poverty in all these countries. Saudi Arabia, down in the Congo, South America. You got people running around barefoot that don't eat. You know what I mean? Governments are responsible for that. You see? So until you done raise the lowest of these people up as you've been dominating, when you cross over, Jack, you become their slave. Right? You got to serve them. Until you raise their grade and raise their awareness up past where you at, you stuck. That's your judgment. Watch this right here. It's right here, verse 37. And those who live isolated alone on the earth shall be isolated and alone in the heavens of the earth. Man shall learn that affiliation and brotherhood toward others on earth shall find affiliation and brotherhood in the heavens of the earth. As you live on the earth, you're going to attract in the heavens. That's right. That's right. Look at this. 38. Whoever opens his soul in love and harmony to others on earth shall find love and harmony in heaven. Reap what you sow, right? So look, it benefits you just to do right. Be good. You know what I mean? We spend our time putting out too much good to be going through all this evil. You know what I mean? Went through too much hell to be getting more hell when we cross over. What is we? You know, we got to get to it. 39. And the same rule shall apply to nations and peoples according to their love and harmony and the breadth of their liberality toward other nations and peoples. Even so shall be the heavens of the earth, while they shall migrate after death. The heavens of the earth is the atmosphere, in particular the lower heavens. All right? This is where you at. Stuck. This is good as it gets for you. Look at this. All these things of heaven and earth shall be made plain to man in cosmos in present time. With his own eyes, he shall behold the justice of his creator. Let me show y'all this right here. This is we are visual people, right? So based off of Oahspe, this right here is the grades and ascension of spirit after death, according to the grades and rates. So you got grades from 1 up to 99. All right. Blow this down some so y'all can see. These are different levels of the atmosphere. Right. Grade 1, look at that. Lowest heavens resting on the earth. All right. This is where hell and all that would be at. All right. Grade 25, 1/4 way up from the earth toward ethereal. Grade 50, midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens, ethereal, odd space. Grade 75, 3/4 way up toward ethereal. Grade 99, highest atmospheric grade of the all pure in spirit. All right. Well, Malachi, how do you get your grades? Remember, this is all school. It's all school. So you got to get your grades up. You got to learn your lessons. You got to pass your tests, right? Let me show y'all. This right here are the grades of mortals and angels. Now, how do you get a grade 1? And how do you get a grade 99 and all in between? Right here. So the labor, it says labor, serving others 100%, meaning you completely selfless. This ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? Everything you do is for others. You get the highest atmospheric grade of 99. Guess where you land at? You ain't finna be in the atmosphere long after you die. You finna be up and out of here at graduation time. You at the highest atmospheric grade. See, you see why it benefit to be selfless? Like, I don't even work for my own salvation no more. I work for others. I ain't even concerned about me. For what? Yeah, I'm concerned about myself for. Why? And others. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you get your highest grade. Get out here and start doing good for us. You feel me? Get your grade up. Get your grade up. Because look, you're gonna be in the highest, you're gonna be in the heavens, you're gonna be in the 99s. There you go. You see, so you see why it ain't no reason to lay the Bible down? Because as I'm talking, Jericho throwing out verses like, hey, that makes sense because it say this. See, so this, if anything, we just decoded. We just decoding what we already reading, throwing more understanding on what we read because it may be vague. You see what I'm saying? That's it. Ain't no reason to be mad about what we read. You see what I'm saying? Watch this. How do you get a go ahead?
I would say take an inventory. Have anybody heard anything evil, wicked, any bloodshed, any murder, any dealing with anything hatred toward anybody, any retribution, any war? Did you hear anything about, cursing out the creator, degrading the creator, or nothing but uplifting, upgrading? This whole thing been about upgrades. All I heard.
Y'all ain't heard nothing about no blood drinking, no chopped off goat heads,
no altars.
You ain't read about off up your son, go kill some infants. You ain't heard none of that from me. Yeah. Watch this. All right. So how do you get a grade? Say you don't serve others 100%, but you still serve yourself 25%, and then everybody else 75%. Well, you get a grade 75, which is still a good grade. There's people that make it to the higher heavens with a 60, with a 50 sometimes. You see what I'm saying? So you can take a personal inventory of your life, like what you do every day. You say, dang, you feel me? I made yesterday all about everybody else. Or I made yesterday all about me, man. Bump that. It's all about me. I'm about to take care of me. Watch out for me. I don't care nothing about what nobody else got going on. Hey, dog, I got to get myself together first before I even think about what you talking about. You feel me? Yeah. Yep. But that, hey.
We heard that, folks.
Yeah. But that's that trick into being selfish. Right? And
so let me ask you something. So what about the people who always doing stuff that can get feel bad? Like I would never do that for myself.
Right.
That's a trick too.
No, you gotta balance it out. You can't neglect yourself either.
Yeah, so look, the people that serve others, period, get the highest grade. But you still gotta look out for yourself, you know what I mean? It just don't let it be you, the majority of what you're doing is for you. You still gotta look out for yourself out here, you know what I mean? Especially in this society. You feel me? But overall, make it about everybody else. You know what I mean? And that way you're ensuring that when you land, once you cross over, you dig, and that you're steady progressing. Because the whole point is graduation or resurrection. We go to school. What do you think graduation in school is? It's resurrection. You're advancing to the next grade. All this is school. This is a testing ground. It's all it is. You know what I mean? And since the creator who made us is selfless, he give all away so you could be straight, right? You want that highest grade, then that's what you got to do. That's it. But look, he ain't saying that, okay, well, look, you know, some days are better than others. Tomorrow I may not be on that. Hey, it's just what it is. I woke up today kind of heavy, Jack. I don't know. Today just ain't the day. You know what I mean? But the beautiful thing is you can always work on increasing your grade. You can always work on it. You know what I mean? And it's at your own pace. You dig? But now you knowing practically how to increase your grade. Do good for others, man. All right, serving self 50% and serving others 50%. Please do.
What if we got a whoop on real quick to be in love matters?
I
mean, the Messiah thing, the Messiah thing, you go by the biblical God, he said, forget them, so they know what they do. He just got ran through.
Hey, the bacon cake, you got to crack some eggs. So,
I just want to turn your pudding.
Yeah.
And then I'll hug you.
Hey, but Nisha, but that's what you would do if you had to go ahead and break the skin on somebody. Like, hey, you know you got to turn around and do some good to them to get that off for you. That's all I'm saying. So,
I was just joking, but that's somewhat was a serious question though, because you know, it's some people that don't like confrontation, and some people will push them to that, and they don't really want to do it, but they have to defend themselves. They have to like, I really want to do that, and they trying to hug. That's why I asked this question.
Yeah, real spirit. But look, that's life. You know what I mean? Everybody deal with situations different. The beautiful thing is you can always clean up your mess. That's the beautiful thing about it. Like, can't none of us dictate to you how you react, how you respond. You know what I mean? We got a brother who just lost his brother. Murdered down here in JVL a couple of days ago. You feel me? All I could do was just ride with him and I mean, how the hell can I tell him how to react? It's his brother. So, you know what I mean? But all I could do was be there, comfort him, you know what I mean? And let him know, look, may your brother receive justice in this world and the next. Because I know the system in order. Whoever killed him then tripped. Like, nigga, you got to deal with him. You know what I mean? And, you know, some people who have took it that far never forget the face of the people they took up out of here. They get tormented while they still living. And they don't even know when they cross over, you still got to holler at him. You see? So the beautiful thing is you always can clean yourself up. No one is beyond redemption dealing with the creator. But it's your mess. You got to clean it up. He ain't finna come here and mysteriously raise your grade for you. You got to do it.
Hey, regarding this, it's another scripture that says charity blocks out sin. Meaning like,
yeah. So should nobody be mad at what we going over? Because charity and true love, come on, they elevate you. It takes away sin. So you see, serving self 50%, serving others 50%, you go to the heavens for the 50s. 5-5 crib to the 50s. You from the 50s. You from the 50s. But you see where the 50 heaven is midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens. See that? See, it's all practical, man. And you can work on this right now. You can make a conscious decision right now to say, you know what, I'm about to get out here and start doing good to others and know what I mean? And then serving self 75%, serving others 25. That's the heavens for the 25. And if you just selfish all the way around, you just serving yourself to hell with everybody else, your grade is 1. Your grade is 1. And guess where you bound it? The earth and the heavens become a prison for you. This is a prison for you once you cross over. Yeah, sometimes thousands. Yeah, sometimes thousands.
And that's kind of what I was gonna say. Imagine, why is eternity? You wish that none would suffer. So the only way to do that is to deal with y'all in eternity. Because some of y'all are gonna understand, some of y'all ain't gonna get it. Some of y'all are gonna take it to the back. So you hear about that tyranny that got to be cleaned up by that man, or any one man, or emperor, tyrant that destroyed the millions? You know how much clean up that was? That ain't gonna be no 100-year mission. That ain't no easy mission.
Man.
That ain't no easy mission. You gonna need an eternity to get your life.
Man, what y'all heard about the cat? I'm glad you're here too. We're gonna talk about Anu. But you see what happened to him. Oh my God.
Speaking of that, I just seen something about them trying to come out with a movie.
Yeah, I'm when it come out, I'm going to see that. Yeah, we're gonna check that. Check that deal out.
When you know the character of your creator, ain't nothing out there gonna show you. Come on. At that point, you will see it and understand.
Sinners. Oh wait.
I got it.
Bron know what's up.
I gave it to him. I sent it to him. No, I got
DVD. You got a DVD player, boy? Hey, if y'all speaking to the chat, if y'all getting some understanding, y'all drop a 3,000 in the chat. Next we going to the Book of Jehovah. It's the 4th book in the nation. The Book of Jehovah, chapter 8. Let's go ahead and get this done. Remember, we talking about what is hell and do we progress after death. We've shown how you get your grades, where you gonna be residing at in certain parts of the atmosphere. You know what I mean?
Okay, when you were showing a different atmosphere, where would the principalities and high places be?
No higher than the lowest heavens. Yeah. Now it shouldn't be that far in. Nah, the Book of Jehovah. It's the 4th. It's in the beginning. It's the 4th book in there. Yeah, they don't get no higher than the lowest. They right there in the lower heavens. Questions?
If a person commits murder, and then after they commit murder, there's all kinds of circumstances. Out of anger, you kill my mom, so I'm gonna kill you. And then after you learn, or you become learning something like this, then you seek forgiveness. You have one day of forgiveness.
Yeah, you can seek forgiveness, but that forgiveness you seeking is from the person you took out of it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You still got a date with him when you cross over. You know what I mean? And then y'all two got to work that out, however long it takes. Because you know what I mean, he may still be mad at you. But how long it take? Yeah, your rise and your fall is strictly on you. It ain't on God. No, it ain't murder. It ain't murder. It ain't murder. But trip off this. You still wounded him. So you know what I mean. You still want to do some righteous work to make that right. You know what I mean? Because you wounded him. You got to heal him. Some way, shape, form, or fashion. Man, it's all responsibility. Whatever actions you do, right? Just know the blowback is on you. It's on us. It ain't on nobody else.
There comes another question, and that would be when you have these claims here, and they're talking about abortion, that goes into an area where they say that, okay, you've taken a life, but the life hasn't, that person hasn't been born.
Yeah.
Like that. So then,
And we got, you know, hey, this Oahspe talk about those that die in infancy and were aborted, stillborns, miscarriages, all that. And look, and how that's the spirit of that child you're still responsible for. It a lot of times it returns in fetals or attaches to the parent, whether it's the mother or the father, especially if it's an abortion. And that's why a lot of sisters get depressed, start feeling heavy and all that. That's the spirit of that baby attaching on you, because you're still responsible for this life. All right. So now it attaches to you and gets spiritual sustenance and all that. Yeah. Yeah. It's all everyone's provided for. You know what I mean? It don't necessarily mean you're gonna, you know, again, be tormented or nothing like that, but
that's why I said that's a question that arises between, you know, what you do here on earth is what goes on in heaven.
Yeah. You robbed it of a physical life. So the baby will never have the experiences that you have, corporally speaking. So so they got to learn about a corporeal life from the other side. So it attaches to you, and it still depends on you for substance, spiritual substance, all that. So that's why it don't even make no sense to have no abortion. You still responsible for it. Yeah, you still responsible for it, and while you living.
But here's the thing. Like nothing's perfect, but when you have something, when you have rape, things of that nature that take place, like incest, this is not a willful thing.
Right.
But from this unwillful thing came consequences.
No doubt. It's just the child that was birthed out of it. It ain't their fault. You know what I mean? So again, that spirit feeders on or attaches to the parent or the next of kin. You know what I mean? Because that responsibility is still there. You know what I mean? And it's a chance for you to clean up your mess. That's it. You know what I mean? And the person that decided to harm you and rape you and all that, they responsible for your hurt, your harm. You see, everybody's responsible. Everything is covered. Yeah. Yeah, real. That's true. We'll if you want to, if you just remember you want to talk about, you had a question about abortions and all that. When I get through this, we can go over what happens with the infants and all that. I mean, I'll get through this and then I got a whole nother presentation on it already. I'll pull it up and then we can kind of go through it and you see like, dang, okay. You know what I mean? Look, the Creator is so marvelous and merciful. You dig? Everyone's provided for. No one's beyond redemption. No matter what choice you made, no matter whatever it is, from abortion to murder. Huh? That's why he created. Absolutely. All right, so we going to the book of Jehovah. Boy, what's going on? Man, boy, them little jokers, boy, I'm telling you. You try to make a pallet with them in the back. Lay there. All right, so look, we're going to the book of Jehovah, chapter 8. And we're going to start around verse 3. Let's get this done. Yep. Let's get this done. Yeah. So, Mama, just remind me, by the time we get done, we're going to go over, you know, the infants who died, you know what I mean, in infancy. Like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, what's that all about? And what's the redemption behind it? Like, there has to be a redemption process. There has to be a way for you to prove that you learned your lesson. Burning forever, you can never prove it. You just think I'm burning forever. See what I'm saying? Book of Job, chapter 8, verse 3. Do not think, O angels, that the resurrection of your heirs and their descendants who come up out of the earth is an easy matter, and of steady progress, devoid of mishaps and woeful darkness. So you hear the stories of the angels coming and laying with mankind and all that. And we brought up Enoch earlier and all that. Oahspe gives a different viewpoint on it. That did happen, right? But instead of them being hanging upside down in the lowest hell forever by their eyelids or whatever the hell, The Creator told them, like, look, this is what you did, and this is what you need to do to redeem your children. Like, you responsible for bringing forth children on this earth. To the angels, you responsible. This is what you're going to have to do. So he told them, don't think it's an easy matter, though. You know what I mean? You done produce children and seed in this earth. You responsible for them, right? And he didn't kick them up out of their inheritance forever. He just saying so many generations, and then you can get back to the angels that came through and both parties.
So it's gonna be on both parties when they get over there.
Yeah, because it took both of y'all to go ahead and produce these children in this earth. It took both parties.
So even if the one made a decision to get rid of the child, they still got the daddy got to deal with that on the other side too.
Yeah. But see, the child, while the parents are living, is gonna feed on the one who made the decision, though. Like say the mama just went and didn't tell the daddy and all that. That child is about to get attached to you in spirit. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. You know what I mean? It attached to men too. Men hurry up and pay for an abortion real quick. Get that going. You know what I mean? You look up, it's all type of mishaps that happen behind it. Look at this right here. Verse 4. The angels under you shall become at times rebellious and defiant, disregarding your laws and decrees. And they shall desert your heavenly places and go down to the earth in millions and hundreds of millions. And they shall drive away the guardian angels or the ashars, and then assume guardianship over mortals. But they shall develop no righteousness under the sun, and they will inspire mortals to war and destruction. And these angels will themselves take the war and evil throughout the place of your heavens. So all the wars you see kick off in the earth and all that, that is not inspired nor prophesied by the Creator to be happening. Wow. These are angels of darkness. The Creator don't condone warfare, right? Bloodshed. Nobody ever asked what happened to the spirits who are slain in warfare. Yeah. You're responsible for the people you kill. So what happened to them spirits? What happened to them? What did they do? How do you redeem them? Huh? Look at this right here. It says right here. Verse 5. It says, with foul gases of atmosphere, they shall make weapons of war and places of torment. This is your hells. Right? But these are angels of darkness creating them. This ain't the Creator. The Creator ain't created hell and then threw you in hell.
That's a contradiction of the Creator.
Look at this word. It says, with the foul gases of the atmosphere, they shall make weapons of war and places of torment. With these elements, they shall make suffocating hells in order to cast one another into chaos. And mortals slain in war. This is what happened to the spirits of the dead who die violently. It says, and mortals slain in war shall be born in spirit into chaos on the battlefields. So they're birthed in the spirit world chaotic, still in war, fighting. You know what I mean? Now, you know, there are ranks of angels that are in charge with receiving your spirit when you die, right? But here you come dying all chaotic, and they got to calm you down somehow. Like, you see what I'm saying? So it say right here, and mortals slain in war, verse 6, shall be born in spirit into chaos on the battlefields, and enter into the spirit world, S world, in chaos. They shall not know that they are dead as the earth life, but shall still keep fighting right and left. Verse 7. And this is for, look, this even applies to the gangbangers, the brothers out here killing one another. Look at verse 7. An enemy shall take enemy in these heavens and cast them into the places of torment. Your enemy get revenge on you, the one you killed. An enemy shall take enemy in these heavens and cast them into the places of torment, which they shall have built, and they shall not know peace or wisdom. You done took somebody up out here, they waiting on you. You understand? They waiting on you. Real spill. Watch this. It says, Verse 8, and the work of your heaven shall become as nothing. You shall go about delivering hells. We read that Jesus went to hell, didn't he, and delivered people out of hell? Right. So when you read about that deeper detail and a deeper concept in Oahspe, should nobody be mad about it. We already read that Jesus went to hell and delivered, right? Look at this. And the work of your heaven shall become as nothing. You shall go about delivering hells and the spirits in chaos, and your labor shall become exhausted. Truly you shall cry out because you came and peopled the earth. Verse 9. For I have also created this possibility for my creations, so that both angels and mortals, men, shall learn to know the elements of the heavens and the earth, and to know the trials of love and misfortune. Love is a trial, huh? Misfortune is a trial, huh? And he's saying, look, you got to learn, because eventually you learn to master the elements. Look at the periodic table of elements, right? Eventually you grow and become advanced to master those. Master the elements. Look at this right here. Nor have I made wisdom possible to any man or angel who does not know my elements and the extremes of evil and good which I created. Right? You got to learn evil ain't going nowhere. You got to learn how to navigate through it without succumbing to it. Evil ain't going nowhere. Darkness ain't went nowhere. Right? It ain't just all light all the time. So being that evil ain't going nowhere, you got to learn how to deal with it without becoming it. Yeah. Right? How the hell else can you become a god? You don't know how to deal with evil when it skips across your door without becoming evil itself. Yeah. See that? Look at this right here. We about to go to Esra, God's book of Esra in Oahspe, chapter 16. We about to read some history on Moses that a lot of people never read before. A lot of people never read this about Moses. Right? Chapter 16, Esra, Moses in heaven pays the judgment of the Creator. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. And it's showing you that even after death, he was still responsible for something he did on earth. Even though he wasn't bound up in no place of torment and nothing, he did something to somebody when he was on earth that followed that person into the spirit world, jacked him up. You did. And when they finally ran into dude, they was like, oh, that's Pharaoh that did the Israelites bad. Where Moses at in the heavens? They like, man, Moses off somewhere in some university learning some type of, they're like, go get him. Because if Moses put a judgment on him, it's only Moses that can get it up off of him. You spill it, you clean it. Brother ain't coming to undo what Moses did. No, Moses, you did that to that man. You got to get him together. All right? We in God's book of Esra in Oahspe, chapter 16. Nisha or sis, if y'all want to bring me that book so I can get y'all there real quick. And let's get into it. Yeah, you over there doing your thing. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to take the context deep. I got you. If y'all get some understanding in the chat, y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat, man. Let's go ahead and work. Let's go work. Esra, page 585 in this big blue. 585. We're going to chapter 16. So now we're going to go into some stories about hell and redemption out of it and what he had to do. Even Pharaoh. Pharaoh was slave master to us. But when he got to that spirit world, hey, when master, that's what I'm saying. We always have, well, the white man, we got to get vengeance. Hey, our ancestors that suffered at the hands of any so-called slave master, yes, sir, getting their vengeance now.
Oh, can I tell you something? About she's still looking for her. So I had came across this YouTube video, and it was like really TikTok videos put together, and it was like different people telling their supernatural experience or whatever. And it was this lady telling a story about her working in a nursing home. I seen that. And she was talking about this white lady. She was super old, and she was like, the lady was so sweet and all that. And it was this one particular day, the lady was so shook. she kept asking her, like, do you see that girl in the corner? You see the girl in the corner? And the black lady was like, and she was like, she really was scared, but you know, she was just trying to do her job and get up out of her. Mm-hmm. But the white lady was so shook. Mm-hmm. So they said, eventually the white lady called them and was just panicking, like, it's something in the corner, it's something in the corner. Whole time she ended up telling them that she had did something back in the day because she was part of the Ku Klux Klan. Oh, and she killed a black woman. And she was saying that she saw a black woman in the corner. Yep. And she was just panicking. She was shook. She did not want to stay in the room. And she kept telling the faculty to move her out the room. They said later that night, they said it sounded like it was all rumbling in the room. Like she was right there, like by the time they ran in her room, they said she was swinging, like just swinging on them. They said they were trying to calm her down, and before she knew it, like she said, she took her last breath. It was like they took her soul. She was gone. Spirit, it was that spirit that she saw. It was the lady that she had killed back in the early days because she was a part of the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah. And they said that the lady that came back to get her justice, her reward for the lady. Yeah.
See? So look, we ain't got like you got people today like we gotta get justice for our ancestors. Y'all don't know nothing about the spirit world. Hey, they already look, they handling business as we speak. Yeah, you gotta ask for that.
These firemen went there and they just stood there and didn't want nobody else to try to help these people to get out.
Mm-hmm. Why did you that was on his head?
You see that? Now watch this. Now this, even though our brother Moses, salute the brother, did a great and marvelous job. He did. But we about to show you that no matter how good you walk this walk, no matter how good you walk this walk, whatever you do, you're responsible for it. Right? Whoever life you responsible for that. All right, so let's get into this chapter 16, guys. Book of Esther, Oahspe. Moses never pays the judgment of the Creator. 16:1. Hamanastus, one of the chief marshals of God, and for the heavenly city of paradise, came before the throne, duly saluting and saying, "O God, Son of the Creator." Again, God is a son of the Creator, not the Creator. All right, it say, "O God, Son of the Creator, I will speak before you." God says, "Speak, my son." Hamanastus said, "There stands outside the city of paradise beyond the pillars of fire, and in company with your high-raised captains, one new God, delivered from one of the hells of Hassa over Egypt." So he wasn't in hell forever. He ended up being delivered out of hell. Like we read earlier, Jesus delivered some people out of hell. So it should be no problem what we read, right? And notice this hell was over Egypt. They gave a certain locality in the heavens in proportion to the earth where the man lived. Huh? Watch this. It says, "And he cries out continually, 'Oh God, Son of Jehovah, deliver me, oh Moses, Moses, Moses.'" It says he is distracted continually, using the same words over and over without ceasing. "Now behold, the nurses and physicians," y'all, these are angels. There are angels that are nurses and physicians. Yeah, they got to restore your soul. And you know, look, when you die, you become a newborn spirit. So like how you born here and you know, there's people here to receive you in hospitals and nurses to take care of you and guardians, parents. It's the same thing when you cross over. Now look at this, look at this verse. It says, "Now behold, the nurses and physicians have tried all the remedies they can invent, but failed utterly to break the spell upon him. For 70 days they have labored, and as a last resort, they have brought him here in order to learn from you." God said, "New God, is this not one of the pharaohs who took up arms against the faithless or the Israelites of Egypt? Return Hamanastus to the keepers of this man and have him blindfolded, so that he may endure the light of the throne. Then you and his keepers shall bring him before me." So he said, "You better blindfold that joker before you get him up in here The light of this throne. And this is true God. This is not a false God. He ain't worshipped or nothing. But God do sit on the throne, whether true or false. It's just not the creator. So true God sitting on the throne, and the light so bright, he said, you better blindfold him before you bring him up in earth.
So the true God is right here. He's not referring to the
No. God is never, God is not the creator.
So
Yeah.
the true God, what they talking about, Anu or the Father?
No.
Who is true God?
No, true God. There's many true gods. This is just one of many.
Graduated up to that.
Yeah, this is one of many. It ain't just one. That's where that's like the other day when I told old girl, he's a son of God, not just one. You know what I mean? There's many of these jokers. You know what I mean? Many big brothers and sisters that hold that title. You know what I mean? And so watch this right here. He said right here, it say, and have him blindfolded so that he may endure the light of the throne, then you and his keeper shall bring him before me. Her man Essenes saluted and departed in a certain time, and after a certain time returned with the keepers and Nugon, who was crying out unceasingly, even as had been said. So he almost in a straitjacket. Like they can't calm this dude down. All right. And now, when he was quite before the throne of God, God said to him, behold me, I am God, son of the creator. What may I do for you? But the man did not hear what God said, but kept crying out as before. So God said to the keepers, remove the blinds a little, so that the light may come upon him. And they removed the blinds a little, but lo and behold, the light made him more distracted than before. And when God saw his deplorable suffering, he inquired of his keepers as to how long the man had been in hell. And they said 76 years. And in a knot, 3 years. What is a hell knot? What is, we know what hell is, but what is a hell knot? Hey, hold on. Hey, so being in a hell knot is even worse than being in hell. Like, hold on, what is a hell knot? Hey, and looking just like that up. I think the hell not. Hey, she may have a point there. Nisha, you may have a point there.
It might be an origin to that.
Yeah, it may be an origin. Yeah, I think the hell not. Wow. Yeah. Been hearing it all our whole life. Hey, look at this right here.
That means no.
Hey, so look at this. So it says, how long he was in there? It says 76 years and a knot, 3 years. Look at this. So what is a hell knot? We're going to go to chapter 28 of Fergopity. That's in the Oahspe too. I'm just going to read it real quick. Look what it says, verse 14, 28 and 14. This is what a knot is. It says right here, the knot is nothing more nor less than a mass of millions and millions of spirits becoming panic-stricken and falling upon their chief. The knot is nothing more nor less than a mass of millions and millions of spirits becoming panic-stricken and falling upon their chief or leader, who becomes powerless in their grip and is quickly rolled up in the midst of the night. All right, so that means, so take a King Leopold of Belgium or Adolf Hitler. On record, they put 6 million bodies on him. These are 6 million bodies waiting on him, panic-stricken. They fall upon Adolf Hitler, right? And they roll him up in a knot. So you ain't just in torment by yourself. You rolled up with millions of other panic-stricken spirits that you're responsible for murdering.
And then 3 years.
So
You
yeah.
gotta stay in there for 3 years.
Well, he did.
I was just gonna say that's the problem. That's when you going to jail. You see your pop, and you in the same cell. You know it's going down.
No way. So remember, this is Pharaoh, which is a slave master to Israel. right? Y'all, it's the same system in order with our sojourn in America. Slave masters, the same thing gotta happen. All your slaves jump you, in other words. Jump you, strip you of your jewels, boy. Roll, there he is right there. Roll you right on up. Nigga, what you thought this was? Yeah, you thought you got away with something. Yeah. Django. Yeah. So in other words, those who you subjugated, murdered, or whatever, waiting on you, and being there's so many bodies, they roll you up. They jump you, you're powerless, and they roll you up into a knot. What you thought you got away with doing all that murder? What you thought?
All that pain.
Yeah.
I heard it was a similar punishment for pastors and preachers.
It is. It's with them, but not only them, the false god they follow. The false god they follow. Because he was talking about, he says the same punishment for pastors and preachers that are misleading. You dig? But
Joe Oahspe.
yeah. Yep. That ain't true about this. Joel Osteen and these false pastors, what they doing is turning you over to the false Christ. You see what I'm saying? So not only T.D. Jakes and all them, the false God gonna get rolled up. The false God kingdom eventually falls. And his subject's like, oh yeah, got us one. You feel me? And you're gonna see Anu later. Anu was a false God, right? He got rolled up so bad, boy. Good night. You thought wrong. He got rolled all the way up. All right, now watch this right here. So now we know what hell we know what hell is, a place of torment, suffocating gas. But now we also know what the hell not is. Right, we know what the hell we know what the hell not is, right? All right, I'll call you later, bro. Look at this right here, verse 15. And when the deliverers, because you ain't in the knot or hell forever, and when the deliverers thus begin at the exterior, the outside of the knot, peeling off the crazed and moaning spirits. So there's a skill that come with untying this knot, right? And you gotta start from the outside of it, and you slowly peel away the many layers of these crazed spirits. This is something you learn. This is something you learn when you cross over. It's a skill you learn. It's how to deliver hell and how to untie a hell knot. You know what I mean? So look at this again. This is how you do it. It says, and when the deliverers thus begin at the exterior of the knot, peeling off the crazed and moaning spirits, they hurl them backward when they are caught by the seconds, who in turn hurl them into the alleyways, where they are again thrust forward to pass the gate in the wall of fire. From that time, therefore, that the drudge or demon receives the thrust of the fire lamp in his face, he is not allowed to linger, but is whirled suddenly from one to another so quickly he cannot fasten to any person or thing. For if they were to fasten, these are these spirits who will be untied from this knot. If they were to fasten, even on the deliverers, one of us to untie the knot, right? First one and then another would fasten, and soon a second knot will result. So even those who are untying the knot got to be real careful, because if one of them suckers jump on you, now you in a knot. You see what I'm saying? Look at this right here. But it's a skill you learn after you cross over. You learn to deliver hell and untie. You know what I mean? But it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing. It says right here, because of which to untie a knot. It says because of which to untie a knot of 1 billion crazed angels is not only a dangerous proceeding, but a feat of unusual grandeur to be undertaken by 5 million Ethereals. He say, look, if it's 1 billion crazed spirits tied together, the creator say he got to send 5 million of his high-raised angels to untie that knot. 5 million for 1 billion crazed spirits. It's not an easy task. Yeah.
That's something beyond something.
Yeah. You see that? Now watch this. This is another spot. Leka in the Oahspe chapter 15. And then we're gonna get back to Pharaoh being in the hell now. We just explaining what a knot is. Leka 15, 5-6. In the 5th month of the year, in the 5th month of the 4th year, Anu Hasaj, alias the false Lord God. A lot of our people worship the Lord today. Lord God, right? These were always titles, never to be worshipped. Back then, these are just titles and ranks of angels. But there's a guy named Anu. That's where you get all the Anunnaki and all that from. You know what I mean? Who calls the titles of Lord God to be worshipped in this earth 6,000 years ago. Wow. He calls titles that apply to angels, and then he calls those to be worshipped. He got everybody they thinking that the Lord God is the creator. Oh, so this cat I knew went to hell too. So
is Anu and El Elyon the same or no?
No, they ain't the same. In the 5th month of the 4th year, Anu Hasaj, alias the false Lord God, was delivered out of the great knot of hell, in which there had been 800 million bound for more than 400 years. This nigga was in the knot 400 years, bro. 400 years. That's how the work that he did in this earth was so damaging. He was jammed up 400 years. Look at this. And look, and y'all, this is the 2nd time he been to hell. What? This nigga been to hell twice. Yeah. That's the mindset you're dealing with. It said right here, after the manner in which for God he delivered knots, even so did Jessica and his host with brands of fire. When it was known in which place Dias, Anu Hasaj, was tied in a knot, and when it was half delivered, Jessica sent Ahura to come and have the honor of releasing Anu. That was his homeboy. He said, "This your partner, go get him out of there." You know what I mean? Like, look, you had the glory, go ahead and get your homeboy out of there. And that's something, a lot of this light that we sharing with our people when they rebel and kick up against us and all that, more than likely you won't have to go deliver your people out of this place of torment. Yeah. You out here spreading all this light. You the one out here telling folks what to do and all that. All right, well, look, go ahead and get him out of there.
So, and if they don't do it the right way, then they gonna get on there and tie them up.
Yeah, get tied on up. Rolled up. Look at it. It says, and have the honor of releasing Anu Hasaj. And to this end, Ahura labored on the knot 55 days, and then it was accomplished. Back to Esdras 6. So now we know what a hell knot is. Let's go back to the story of Moses and Pharaoh. Esdras 16:11. God said, I know that this is Pharaoh who persecuted the Jews. Take him again outside the walls and retain him there. I will send one of my swift messengers to Leka in Etheria, who knows the abiding place of Moses. Perhaps Moses put a curse upon him. If so, only Moses can deliver him. See? So when did Moses put a curse on Pharaoh? What act and what story, famous story do we have in the Bible about Moses and Pharaoh? And, what curse could Moses have done? Right. So this is after death. But while Moses was living, just based off the biblical story that we all know. What act did Moses do or said was commanded by God for Israel to do that put a curse on Pharaoh?
I know the curse ain't hell, right? I mean, I know this, man. Come on, man.
We gonna run on too. I just want y'all thinking. We about to run up on it. You gonna see exactly what he did. So if Moses put a curse upon him, only Moses can deliver dudes. Remember, dude like Moses, they like, man, ain't nothing we can do to calm him down. So it's like this because Moses put a curse on him. So go get Moses while he up in the heavens. Go let him know you still got a mess to clean up. Yeah. You spilled this Kool-Aid 2,000 years ago. Now you need to come clean it up. Because I ain't cleaning it up.
So if you curse somebody now,
it follows them into the spirit world.
It follows You still connected to that curse.
Yes. Yes, you're responsible for that. Now watch this. So he say, if Moses put a curse upon him, only Moses can deliver. After which Lee, son of Jehovah, said, let my reporters of destinations go find Moses. And if it is true that Moses put a judgment on New God, then Moses must return to the lower heavens and deliver him. But this means Moses done graduated. He done already got up out of here. He ain't even bound to the earth no more. He said, if Moses did that, tell him get on back here. Get on back here. You did this, you cleaned it up. And it says he must return to the lower heavens and deliver him. The justice of the Creator reaches to all time and place. That's fair. You cursed him. You come do it. So even though Moses got into the emancipated heavens and was seeing more glories of the Creator, he still had a mess to clean up because he cursed the man.
Look, that's why the scripture says, those who curse are cursed.
Oh.
Those who condemn are condemned.
Oui.
So don't return a curse with a curse.
That's
return
right.
A curse with a blessing.
You're going to see Moses later in the story say, man, I should just forgave this cat, man.
Oh, no.
Nigga, you mean to tell me after all these years, like, this still is in effect? Yes.
Okay, but look, if you curse somebody and when a person's still alive, how you undo the curse?
Doing righteous works to him.
To that person.
Yeah, doing righteous works to him. Let it be known, bro. I spoke against you. I said some evil things against you. You getting your prayers to the Creator. Let it be known. Like I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. And you do what you can do. You do what you can do while you're living to reverse that. Yes, while you living. You know what I mean? Real spill. Moses didn't do that. He's like, nigga, all right, yeah. You feel me? Because this was slave master there. You can feel that. Like, man, this white man been on our back, tripping with us. You know what I mean? Now look at this. Her monopolies continued. So I saluted before the throne of the Creator, and in company with the reporters of destination started forth again in the Ethereal realms. And after passing through 7 worlds and more than 300 Nirvanian kingdoms, I heard of Nirvana before, you know it. We entered the plains of Sapas, where the colleges and schools of embassies belonging to Githurspin, board of Retivius, are situated. And here we found Moses. Moses up in the colleges and universities. They're advancing, and you know what I mean? He ain't even dealing with the earth no more. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't no bad dude, but you know, he had to break the skin on Pharaoh real quick. Bro, you done forgot who you talking to. You know what I mean? So sometimes you gotta get bow-legged in the shoulders, man. And just, hey, like you tripping, right? So look at this. Who having been told that he was inquired after, no sooner looked upon us than he prophesied the cause. So when Moses saw them coming, he said, I know what y'all heard for.
So he knew.
Moses knew he had a warrant out for his arrest. They didn't find, they got me. You know what I mean? Ain't no bad dude and nothing, but I do that if there's a warrant out for me. so Moses was like, dang. So remember what he said? He said, as soon as Moses saw him coming, he like, I already know. I know when you're. I know why. So look at this. Moses said at last, because you have come for me, you have awakened in me that which slept all these hundreds of years. Yes, it is true. I put a curse upon Pharaoh. For I said to him, you should yet call upon me to deliver you out of torments. And I added to it afterwards, saying, of the blood of the sacrifice of the lamb, the blood over the doorpost, lamb blood, the Passover. Take the blood, kill the innocent lamb, put the blood over your doorpost. Moses put it, by doing that, Moses put a curse on Pharaoh. So imagine today how many thousands of years this same process been played out. You're perpetuating the curse that Moses put out there.
So wait a minute. The lamb at the Passover that we was eating all the time.
You're perpetuating the curse that Moses. Absolutely.
The firstborn.
Yep.
Curse on the Pharaoh.
Yeah. Yeah. That because these are innocent lambs. So Moses cursed them and did a blood ritual. And we kept it perpetual and going. Look at this. Look at Bobo. Hey, look, y'all know I done kept Passover 20 years. Good night. Imagine how I felt when I read. I'm like, whoa. What?
How many years you got to make up?
Man, hey, I got a lot of work to do. Good night. So look at this. He say, for I said, you should call upon me to deliver you out of torments. And I added to it. Added to what? This curse he was saying. Afterwards saying, of the blood of the sacrifice of the lamb. This shall be the testimony of innocent blood against yourself and your people for what the Hebrews have suffered. So that was Moses' curse on him. Now look what Moses said after that, verse 18. Instead of this, I should have forgiven him. Instead of cursing Pharaoh, I should just forgave him. Oh, Creator. Just somebody at the door.
Oh, yeah, that's somebody. You go.
There, if one of y'all brothers open the door. Check this thing out. Yo.
Oh, yeah, she's
We got to lock that window. Pull that on up and lock that deal. All right, so this right here, he say, verse 18, instead of this, I should have forgiven him. Oh, Creator, I have sinned before you, and you have searched me out after all these years and brought the matter home to me. Verse 19, you are just, Almighty. In your name and by your wisdom and power, I'll return to the lower heavens and take in charge the man and people I adjudge. So, I mean, he ate what he had to do. He just was like, man, look, that's what I did. I should have just forgave him, but I'm about to go clean my mess up. All right, just forgive. If you would have forgave him, you know what I mean? You wouldn't even be in the situation you was in. Verse 20, and Moses wept and gave command to the builders to provide him at once with a suitable boat of great fleetness. And then Moses procured 30,000 volunteers to go with him. And when all things were ready, Moses took leave of his companions, and he and his host entered his fireboat. And presently our two vessels were underway, as if in a race for the red star, the earth. After some days, we arrived in the heavens of the earth at the city of Paradise, the abiding place of God. When it was known in Paradise that Moses was coming, great joy was manifested. For God and the Holy 11 and the Holy Council all desired to see Moses. Then God commanded the full board of marshals and also the musicians to go outside the capital and meet Moses and escort him before the throne. And they accomplished these things, and Moses came before the throne of God, saluting in the sign, judgment of time. And God answered him under the sign, your labor is our joy and glory. So they were actually responding with hand signs. The higher level of gang signs, basically. The lowest level is gang signs, niggas throwing it up. They really don't know on a higher level, that's how the angels rap with each other. They throw up certain signs and all that. Verse 24, and God said, in Jehovah's name, O Moses, coming out of my throne. And Moses went up and sat on the throne at the right hand of God. Sure about that. And Moses said to the Holy Council and to the Holy 11, your God should be my God, and to his love and dominion, I am cast by the Creator's will to deliver those who have suffered from me and my words. Moses, I'm about to clean my mess up. What you mean? I'm not here to kick the Willy Bobo with nobody. I'm here to clean my mess up. All right, look at this. God says, shall we not have a day of recreation first? This is Moses. Nigga, let's kick it first, man. We ain't seen you in a minute. Like, what's good? Look what Moses said. Moses said, no. I'm not here to kick the Willy Bobo with nobody. I got a mission I'm on. You see that? Moses said, no, till I have delivered Nugan, who was Pharaoh, there can be no peace. Permit therefore your marshals to go to the keepers of this man and bring him before this throne. And soon Nugan was brought in again, all muffled up to keep the light from hurting him. And he was still crying out, oh God, son of Jehovah, oh Moses, Moses, Moses. And when Moses saw this, he was nearly overcome by the pitiful scene. Moses brushed away his tears and rose up, raising his hands to the Creator, saying, light of your light, O Creator, power of your power, O Jehovah, deliver him whom I accurse. Put his grief and sorrows upon me, who has sinned against him. A mantle of yellow light cloud like descended upon Moses, as he stood transfixed before Creator. All the place was still as death. The blinds and muffles on Nugon fell off, and he stood silent and motionless, gazing with fixed awe upon the holy scene and upon Moses on the throne of God. Imagine slave master finally come up out of his spiritual blindness and look and see one of his enemies sitting on God's throne. Good night. He probably like, these niggas done jacked and took over heaven. How the hell these niggas steal heaven? Dang. Look at this right here. Nugon did not turn his eyes from the glory of Moses and the ethereal mantle, for he knew Moses, even as if it were only yesterday, and they parted in Egypt on the earth. Slowly now Moses lowered his upstretched arms, and his hands were brilliant like yellow fire. And Moses said silently, all praises to you, O Jehovah. You are just, you almighty creator. Nugon added. Now this is Pharaoh. Look what Pharaoh say. For through him is all deliverance, worlds without end. So now slave master is praising the same maker as Moses. You know what I mean? Being in hell and the hell not all that time, you done got your rear end toe kicked up past your shoulder blades. Yeah, I bet you giving it up now. It makes sense. Yeah, you, man, look, after you come out of something like that, you ain't got nothing to say to nobody. You know what I mean? Ain't no nigga jokes dripping off your lips. It ain't. Like, look, you just got handled for the past almost 80 years. And you was in the knot 3 years. You all that hatred you thought you had for niggas, that's out the window. I'm like, man, look. So you got Nugon. What is he doing? He's actually finishing off the praise to the creator that Moses started. For through him is all deliverance, worlds without end, and your praise I will sing forever. This is Pharaoh. Oh Jehovah, oh most high God of Moses, my deliverer. Make me strong, O Jehovah, so I can look upon him whom I persecuted and abused. You got to answer for that. It ain't just Moses who got to answer for the curse. Pharaoh got to answer for all them crimes he did against, you know what I mean, the Israelites. Look at this. Then Moses looked upon Pharaoh. Then Moses looked upon Pharaoh and said, these things had to be. You were the last of the pyramidal age of man, and I was the first founder of the migration of the righteous. All things are done by Creator in his own way and time. As I have been bound by my curse upon you and your people to come back to deliver you and them, so by your curse against Israel, you shall now return down to the earth and labor to lift up Israel. Look what slave master got to do. Now you got to handle your business. You've been delivered out of hell. Your judgment is you got to labor to raise up the descendants of these Israelites that you was persecuted. Watch how all this leading to who we call Yahshua. It's going to lead right into him. Y'all remember when he was born, it was hosts of angels in the heavens, and shepherds in the field and all that. Remember that? Oh, y'all about to find out who some of these angels are. Good night. Watch this. For Israel have fallen from communities and has taken the kings in the same manner as the heathen and the idolater, the idolater. Her people are divided and broken up, and many of them have become worshipers of the false gods, Baal and Ashtaroth. Yes, they are forgetful of my commandment of peace and love. You hear what Moses saying? Moses' commandments was all about peace and love, and have taken the war and earthly aggrandizement. And you should take with you 10,000 angels of exalted grades and go down to the earth, to the habitation of the Israelites. And by inspiration, you and your host shall select and inspire those Israelites who are within reach of inspiration. And you shall take them away from all others of their people and from the heathen and idolatrous tribes that are around them. 43. And you and your host shall abide with these mortals hundreds of years, reestablishing them in peace and non-resistance in the manner of the doctrines of the Essene words. And you shall call them who? Essenes. What's the name of this word? Essene Gospel of Peace. You see? Who you think Pharaoh had to go labor with? He had to separate the real Israelites from the Orthodox. Huh?
So what do you mean by the ones who can receive inspiration?
Everybody's not able to receive the light. We seen some of that last a couple days ago. Everybody's not gonna take it just because you just not there yet. Right? So it's certain people out of the nation of Israel who later will call Essenes and Nazarenes. Jesus shall be called a Nazarene, right? Yeah, John the Baptist was one of them. Who we call Jesus, Yeshua, James the Justice, brother, and all them. They ate a certain way, they lived a certain way, outside and opposite of what the rest of the nation was doing. Watch this. It says, and notice their philosophy. It says, reestablishing them in peace, non-resistance, in the matter of the doctrines in the Essene worlds, and you shall call them Essenes, so that they may be distinguished from all other people. Shout out to the Nazarenes and the Essenes, man. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. You know what I mean? So you see all these were just stepping stones to get us to where we at now. You got all the Nazarene literature and all that. We read through all of, dang, it's tight, but it wasn't nothing but a stepping stone to get us to where we at now. And now we seeing, okay, that's how they was named the saints. That's when they was named the saints. These the angel hosts that inspired them to get on this type of vibration.
Okay, so in the beginning when it said God's daughter, or the Creator's daughter S, is that pertaining to that scene?
S is spirit, yeah, but he has there's a daughter named S. Yeah, S is the word S in Oahspe also means spirit. So Essene means spirit man, in contradistinction to a man that's carnal, that's majority led by his carnal flesh. You know what I mean? And look, they all ate certain ways too. They didn't eat no type of animal sandwiches, no loin meat, no fish, no none. They ate the fruits, veggies, grains of the land. They did Genesis 1. Yeah. Look at this. So it says, and you shall call them Essenes, so that they may be distinguished from all other peoples. Nugon said. So Moses gave Nugon a judgment and said, hey, look, just how I had to come back and get you together, you got to go down to the earth and get them together, because you lifted your hand up against these Israelites. Now they worshiping false gods. They got kings over them. They going to war. They done totally forgot what I gave them when we came up out of Egypt, which was a policy of love, non-resistance, no warfare, right? Now, Pharaoh, you was responsible for that. You got to go labor with them and inspire them to what I commanded in the first place, right? Name them Essenes, though. Nugon said, your decree is most just, O Moses. And I know in truth your words are the Creator's. Tell me, how long shall this labor be for me and my host? He's like, all right, that's cool. But how long is my sentence? Like, how long do I got to do this? Watch this. Watch this. Y'all going to love this. Watch it right here. Moses said, some hundreds of years until you have raised a light sufficient for a Creator, so that peace and love and the doctrine of good versus evil is again reestablished from the blood of the Israelites, even as by the blood of the Lamb I delivered the Creator's people out of Egypt. Now, when you have perfected the generations of the Essenes, certain Louis is an angel that's basically a spiritual matchmaker, spiritual geneticist, basically. The ones responsible for bringing your foreparents together so you could be here today. There's an inspiration that happens between your great-grandfather and great-grandmama. You know what I mean? They ain't just wake up and just sniff some coffee and say, hey, what's up, girl? Come here. There's an inspiration. There's an attraction that happens there. But there are angels over there, attraction. So it said right here, certain Louis shall be sent to you from the throne of God, and they will labor with you until an Israelite capable of the Father's voice is born into the mortal world. Who y'all think that is? Bing. Bing. Hearing the Father's voice is born into the mortal world. See, so he had to labor. So from the time he got this judgment to labor with the Israelites, he said it's going to be a couple hundred years that was you going to labor until an Israelite is born who can receive the Father's voice. What do you think that is?
So, but wasn't it prophets between Moses and Jesus?
There was a prophets between?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
But they couldn't hear the Father's voice?
Yeah, but not in totality. Not the way that it was intended to reestablish what Moses was talking about. You know what I mean? And that was strictly for him.
The Messiah said, I came to fulfill the law of Moses, not the
Yeah, absolutely. Verse 47. New God said, hear me now, my plea, O Moses, you who are son of the Most High. When I died as to the earth and entered heaven, these worlds I found before me my kingdom in heaven waiting for me. And they were miserable. Look at that. Because remember, he had plenty of slaves and servants and all that. He died, his kingdom was waiting on him. You wanted to be king, right? Your heart's desire, right? Oh, okay. Well, what you was doing on earth, yeah, you got to lead all them too in the heavens. So his kingdom was waiting on him. All his servants, all that. So he said, right here, he said, and they were miserable, being beggars, slaves, and idiots because of the slavery I had put upon them in earth life. See, slavery ain't never been nothing good because you got to subjugate a man, subjugate women, withhold education from them. You know what I mean? Withhold advancement from them. You dig? So he's saying, my kingdom was waiting on me and they all were slaves, idiots, beggars. And it was because of the slavery I put on them while I was living, right? And I could not escape them. I could not escape them or put them aside. If I went away objectively, then subjectively, I remember them and was drawn back to them. Yes, I was like a young colt when first being halted, pulls away, but fails, then pulls again and fails and so on until he finds he cannot escape. Then tamely submits. Even so was I bound to my kingdom, and I obliged in the end to yield and become a slave to them to provide for them. He like, man, so slave master becomes slave. You got to serve your slaves. And they're all idiots because of what you done did to them, right? Look at this right here. It say, for I had so despoiled them, kept them back, despoiled them of their talents. They were as helpless as infants. And many of them were wicked in the extreme. Nevertheless, I accepted that which I could not escape. I toiled with them hundreds of years, restoring them as well as I could. And in time, a ray of happiness came to me in the hope that in hundreds of years to come, I would find my way out. He's like, good. So when he first got into the spirit world, he was like, all right, I accept what it is I did. Hopefully I can find my way out of this though. You know what I mean? I'm laboring to correct what I did. Look at this, verse 51. But alas me, darkness came upon my already dark heaven. My evil ones, those whom I did not have slaughtered on earth, came upon me for vengeance sake. Anarchy overflooded me and my people. They became very demons of madness, and they seized me and bound me and bruised me and suffocated me with horrid smell. Slave masters getting thrown into hell. Remember, he was in the hell knot too. So he's saying after so many years of being in the spirit world and laboring to correct what he did, he still had to go to torment. Dang. So it's there millions of them, and their curses pierced me like poison arrows. Long I fought them, and I cried out to you, so he cried out to who? Moses, and to the Creator. But at last I was in hell. None could hear my prayers. For days and months and years I held out, but only to experience new and more terrible horrors. How long this woe was upon me, I do not know. I only remember that my soul sickened within me, and I felt a sinking and a fainting like an endless death that could not extinguish me. To me, it seemed 10,000 ages. Good night. Suddenly, I find myself here distracted before you, O Holy Son of the Great Spirit. How did I get here? What has occurred? Or is this just the spell of a delirious dream? And will I relapse again into that terrible nightmare of horrors? How can I go forth without my old kingdom coming upon me? So he's like, is this just a nightmare? Am I going to relapse back into this? That's how terrible the punishment was. He was like, man, don't let me relapse. Don't let me go back into that. You feel me? Is this some type of trick or something? 54. Do they not wait somewhere close by to seize me again for renewed torments? Oh, teach me, Moses, How can I fulfill your righteous judgment and not be entrapped again and perhaps forever? Moses said, I will give you a new name. And I will clothe you in garments of my own making so that they would rather flee from you than come to you. And Moses gathered up the yellow cloud-like mantle of light and made a mantle for Nugon and clothed him, and he named him Elias. Elias. What did Jesus say? What did Jesus say on the cross? Eli, Eli, lama.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
What are the names of the prophets?
Elijah.
Yeah. Elijah
And he named him Elias, signifying servant of light. And after that, Elias was provided with 10,000 co-laborers, assisted by Gaphaniel, and sent back to the earth on his mission. And God appointed 100 messengers to Pharaoh so that word could be transmitted every month to paradise. So y'all see right there, man, not only did Moses have to come and reverse that curse, right, but Pharaoh still had to answer for the crimes he did too. You dig? And we understand where the Essenes come from. This is a total different book. This book don't even reference that book.
Sure don't. Not at all.
It's a total different book, the Essene Gospel Peace. You dig? Nobody ever asked, where the name the Essenes come from? What does it mean? Oahspe tell you what it means. You the whole history. Who were the angel hosts that was around when the Messiah was born? Well, you got, Nugon, aka Pharaoh, or his heavenly name, Elias. Good night. And he had to labor until a certain Israelite was born that was capable of hearing the Father's voice. That's Yahshua the Essene, the Nazarene. Look at Ursula. Ursula's like, man, look. All right, so we about to go talk about Anu next. We about to go talk about Anu, chapter, the book of the wars against Jehovah. Nisha, you want me to find it for you? Book of the wars against Jehovah, chapter 12. In the live chat, if y'all get some understanding, drop a 4,000 in the chat. We walking it down. We walking it down. Then we gonna get into what happened after you died too. You know what I mean? We almost done in this deal. It's all good. 4,000 is up in the chat. Man, it's
Jehovah. Don't that sound like Yahshua?
You say what?
Reading the title.
Book of the War, exactly. Page 317. We going to chapter 12. 317 in the big blue. We going to chapter 12. Nehemiah, big homie, had to leave. Man, where you at, man? You tripping? What you got to do, man? I was trying to holler at you before you got up out of here, big dog. All right, we going to the Book of Wars in Oahspe, chapter 12. We about to get this done. All right, so now we learning about what hell is, how hell is delivered, if you there forever, what a hell not is, how you got to clean up your mess that you make. You know what I mean? And death don't rid you of that responsibility. If you don't clean it up on this side, it's gonna follow you to the next side. Can't run away from it. You dig? Can't run away from it. It's a lot of this clarity. Because certain things we read maybe vague a little bit, but then it start getting like the Oahspe getting to it. It get to decode certain stuff. Boy, what you think, Brian? Talk to me. It really is. When I first read the thing, that's where the Essene name came from. I was like, man, hold on. I've been reading the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of Peace and all that. I've been knew John the Baptist and all them was Essenes. I knew that. They do call Jesus the Nazarene, which ain't nothing but a different branch of their scenes. I'm like, man, this is wild, bro. Only Nazarene.
Yeah, that's it.
Only Nazarene. But when you read Josephus, Flavius Josephus, he say there are three. In his day, there were only three classes of who you would call Jews or Israelites: Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes. And he say of these three, the latter were ethnic Israelites. So that means Pharisees and Sadducees weren't ethnic Israelites. Only the Essenes were. Good night. Flavius Josephus says that. Yep, he said you was either a Pharisee, Sadducee, or an Essene. In his day, that's all you was. And he said, out of these three, the Essenes were the ethnic Israelites.
Hey, this is a little off subject. Who are the Sabians?
The who?
The Sabians.
Yeah, you find them in Genesis 10. Hamites, certain African tribe, Ethiopians.
Yeah, like
something like that.
Like the Gentiles would be sold off to the Sabians.
Yeah. It's children of Sabah. I believe they're Hamites, something like that. You can read in Genesis 10, the table of nations. I believe Ethiopians, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? With your sons of Ham too. We can look it up though. You know what I mean? Get into it. Chapter 12, Anu-Hassas, the false god, declares himself against the creator. Good night. And this is where all the Anunnaki, and they come from this cat right here, Anu-Hassas. You know what I mean? His rise was 3953 BCE, 6,000 years ago. That's right when the Sumerian tablets and the tablets, 7 tablets of creation were being carved. You know what I mean? Cuneiform and all that. This dude is around the same exact time. Anu-Hassas, the false god, declares himself against the creator. Anu-Hassas never established the dais as projected at first, but took the name dais upon himself. The dais is like a heavenly senate or Congress. You know what I mean? And it said, and became known in the heavens by that name. When he had thus established Horeb in its entirety, he gave a feast to the gods and goddesses, and after it had ended, he spoke before them prior to their departure, saying, the time of duty is now upon you and upon me, the Lord your God. Anu-Hassas is the Lord your God, the Lord your God also. Be then solicitous of these things I speak of, so that in the everlasting times we may be brethren, and there should be no other gods, Elohim, gods, but ourselves forever. To overturn the Creator, Jehovah, and his dominions on the earth and in these heavens will be your first labor. And whenever Corporeans embrace him, calling themselves faithists in the Great Spirit, or faithists in Jehovah, or faithists in Oahspe, or by any other name signifying the all-light or unseen or person of ever-presence, you shall pursue them and destroy them off the face of the earth. To accomplish this, you shall use the oracles, prophets, seers, magicians, or inspiration. And you shall set the kings and queens of the earth to war upon them, and not spare them, man, woman, or child. These are the false gods declaring war against us. Against us. Yeah, the Elohim that we've been talking about, right? They actually are hostile toward those who roll with the Creator. Well, look at this. And it said, you should not spare man, woman, or child. Good night. 5. And those spirits of the dead who are faithless and fall into your respective kingdoms, bring them before Anubi. Y'all heard of Anubis before, another false god, and his host, and he shall send them into regions of darkness, saying to them, behold, you have your creator, and Anubi shall place guards over them, and they shall not know where to go, but will cry out in their darkness. At which time they shall be sworn into servitude, slavery, and Horeb to the Lord your God forever, and become slaves within your kingdoms. And you shall teach both mortals and spirits that Horeb is the all highest heaven. And that's why today you don't know nothing higher than the kingdom of God or the kingdom of Jesus. You don't know about the countless worlds and countless heavens and none of that. You just know you going to heaven with Jesus, and that's it. That's all. That's it. Ain't no like, man, bro, this ain't nowhere near that. This is just one stop of many. See? Watch this word. It says, which for them to attain, and you should teach both mortals and spirits that Horeb is the all highest heaven, and that it is the place of the all highest God. Even so the first heaven. It's no higher than what you're seeing right here, a little bit above your head. Which for them to attain, you shall exact slavery. So in other words, if you want this highest heaven with this Lord God, you got to be my slave. See? You shall exact servitude from them in your heavens accordingly as you may desire. In the rites and ceremonies, both in your heavens and on the earth, you shall enforce, watch this, y'all, you shall enforce the exchanging of words, signifying great spirit, to words signifying Lord God.
That's why they changed the names in the Bible.
In the Bible, the Lord God. And it's been changed, y'all, over 6,000 times. So that means deliberate.
But isn't Jehovah the same thing?
No, not you. We got Jehovah or Yahweh as the Lord in Bible, right? But when you get into Oahspe about Jehovah, it explains how that name came, right? Now, Jehovah in the Bible is in the image of a man sitting on the throne. He gets jealous, he's vindictive, he curses you, right? The Jehovah in Oahspe, whose name it does not originate like it says in Bible, is the creator, ever present, all powerful. So you got a similar name, but the character and behavior is total opposite. You know what I mean? So the Lord God in Bible is being revealed as Anu. You know what I mean? Even though when you translate Lord in some places you get Yahweh, in some places you get Baal. It's just the confusion. But see, right here is showing they exchange every name signifying the creator or great spirit with Lord God. And look, that happened over 6,000 times. So it's deliberate then. You don't just make a mistake and switch out something for Lord God 6,000 times. So this happened, y'all, 6,000 years ago. This been a hit going on over 6,000 years. Watch this.
So is El Elyon referring to the creator?
No. El Elyon, El is a Canaanite god. Yeah, it's a Canaanite god. Only way you can know if it's referring to the creator is based off the character they're describing the creator. If it ain't all powerful, all knowing, ever present, unseen, love, life, and happiness to all without the sacrifice of any, it's false. No matter what name it's saying. See what I'm saying? So watch this right here. It say in the rites and ceremonies, both in your heavens and on earth, you shall enforce the exchanging of words signifying great spirit to words signifying Lord God, who, look at this, Jericho, who is of the form and size of a man, declaring in truth that I sit on my throne in judgment of the world. For it is mine and you are one with me. So this was a hijacking from this false God, the Lord God. And he said, you know what? Take away all that about the great spirit of the creator and let it be known it's me. I'm in the form and figure of a man. I sit on the throne. And today, that's what we all think about the Lord God. He's in the form of a man. He sits on the throne.
So it shouldn't be Holy Spirit. It should be great spirit.
The great spirit. Great spirit. Ruach HaGadol. The great spirit. Because the great spirit is the creator. You know what I mean? The great spirit.
The great spirit or the great one.
Yeah, the great spirit. The great spirit. We got a lesson over. We got a lesson over the Holy Ghost too. I got a whole presentation on it. Good night. Y'all find out what happened with this. Y'all gonna be like, man, stop.
So the Holy Spirit ain't so people?
No. There is no. It's the great spirit. What they've been doing is taking attributes from the creator and then creating a total separate deity. And now you got people to tell you they pray to the Holy Spirit now. You know what I mean?
That's what Allah did. He took the attributes of the creator.
Yeah.
But he's not really creator.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening. You know what I mean? So they out here pump faking like they're the creator or the maker. All right, watch this right here. It says right here, verse 9, and all songs of praise. Look at this. Your hymn books at church. Watch this. And all songs of praise, prayers, and beseechings shall be changed to your God instead of Jehovah or Maz or the Great Spirit. For both mortals and angels shall be made to know that he is my enemy. Anu says the creator is his enemy. Lead my people astray. And as to the prophets and seers on the earth who will persist in preaching or singing to the Great Spirit, you shall incite torture, punishment, and death to them. And whether I am called, look what this cat's saying. This is where you get all your Anunnaki and all that from. This nigga named Anu Hasaj. And whether I am called Dais, For I or God or the Lord God or the all-perfect, they shall worship me only forever. And my place Horeb shall be the sacred hill of God forever. And none shall approach me except by what? Crawling on their bellies. Will so exalt my lights that none can stand before me. So you see that? You get to the kingdoms of these false gods, you're going on your belly as a worm. They're there to make slaves of you. And he's like, whoever talking about this great spirit, pursue them, torture them. Change the names of the creator to Lord, God, deist, deity in the song books and the prayers and the holy books. Do all that.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, so they replaced the Lord and God with Yahweh too. So why
Yeah. Well, that's the hit. That's the hit to take away any type of glory from the creator. That's the whole point. It's like what the false guys do is this. Instead of even establishing their own names, because you never heard of Anu Hasaj, they take the names of great men that came before or the creator and just change the doctrine. So now 6,000 years later, you heard Jehovah or Yahweh and say, man, that means the ruin, calamity. You don't even know it's a false God behind it. You understand? That simply jack the name, you feel me, and just change the doctrine, knowing that mortals ain't even gonna ask no questions. You stuck on the name. Ain't no other name under heaven given amongst men where you should be saved. So as soon as you hear the name, you're like, oh, okay, I'm at home, I'm cool. Not knowing it's a false God hiding behind the name. There you go. Yep. And it's on running automatic. Not about 6,000 years. It's on automatic now. Chapter 15, Leka. Watch this about Anu. After Leka had numbered all the mortals on earth and all the angels in the heavens of the earth and saw their great darkness, he visited how used and found it a good plateau, capable of all grades up to 60. And Leka possessed the place and consecrated it to the creator. And he left on it 300,000 gods and goddesses who were of his Etherian hosts. And after this, he returned to instruct Jesus, the chief god, for the deliverance of hell of Darius, that's Anu, Tien, that's the false god over China, Osiris, we know who he is, over Egypt, and Sudda, that's the false god over India. These are your Elohims. These are your Elohim. And God said, let us make man in our image. The Elohims, is Anu Hasaj, Osiris, Tien, and Sudda. This kicked off 6,000 years ago. Look at this. In the first year, Jesus could deliver from the hells of hate of 5 billion demons, drudges. But in the second year, he delivered 35 billion. In the third year, 16. And after this, the work went slowly. For the balance of the hells were mostly in knots. You know what a knot is, right? Some of them hundreds of millions, and these had to be delivered individually, requiring great labor, power, wisdom, and dexterity. In the 5th month of the 4th year, Anu Hasaj, alias the false Lord God, was delivered out of the great knot of hell, in which there had been 800 million bound for more than 400 years. After the manner in which Pharaoh delivered knots, even so did Jesus and his host with brands of fire. When it was known in which place Darius, Anu Hasaj, was tied in a knot, and when it was half delivered, Jesus was sent for Ahura to come and have the honor of releasing Anu. And to this end, Ahura labored on the knot 55 days, and then it was accomplished. But lo and behold, Anu Hasaj was bereft of all judgment, crying out unceasingly, I am not God. I am not the Lord. I am not Darius. He was wild, crazed with fear and torments, frenzied and in agony. So the cat that came up with the titles of Lord and God to be worshipped, when he got up out of his punishment, he's screaming, I ain't the Lord. I ain't the God. I can't get jiggy with this. Watch this. Which Ahura, his friend, saw, and Ahura caught him in his arms. Ahura called him, Anu Hasaj, O my beloved, do you not know me? Behold me, I am Ahura. But alas, Anu Hasaj did not know him, pulled away, tried to escape in fear, his protruding eyes not seeing, his ears not hearing, and he kept forever uttering, let me go. I am not the Lord God, nor Darius. I am Anu Hasaj, then broke the good heart of Ahura, and he wept. So he beat down. He spent 400 years in the hell now. You feel me? Watch the verse. Then they led Anu and carried him away into the ship, and Ahura helped to carry him. Then the ship rose up and sailed along higher and higher, farther and farther, till at last it came to Oahspe, and it took Anu to a hospital prepared for maniacs, and stretched him on his back and held him. Then Ahura called to the gods and goddesses to come and help him, and they came and seated themselves around, making the sacred circle. And Ahura said, "Light of your light, O Creator, you who first quickened him into being, O deliver him. A light like a small star gathered before Anu-Hassad's face, and this was the first thing his fixed eyes had yet seen. Then Ahura and the gods and goddesses sang sweetly, behold me, I am the light and the life. I quicken the life of every living thing. Behold me, I am with you. I am never away from you. You are mine now and forever shall be. Look upon me. I am in all things. Nothing is, nor was, nor ever shall be without me. Hear my love. I am your creator. Only for love and for love only I created you. My beloved." Look at that. Look at that. Brother saying, look, I only created you for love. Right? And this is a cat who did all type of damage in this earth. You dig? But nobody's past redemption, no matter what you've done. Nobody's past redemption. You may have to serve a long time, though.
So Anu didn't have permission from the Creator to make man his image to begin with.
No, he didn't. It's all a made-up story. The story's false. The whole story's false. You know what I mean? That's when you get your 7 tablets of creation. The Sumerian text. Yeah. And the 6th tablet line up with man being created on the 6th day and all that. That's all that shit's false. It's all false.
Okay, so when it said let us make man in our image, was that not the Elohim?
Yeah, but it's a story. When you get into this, it's a story they concocted. Anu-Hassad came with the story and told the rest of them, Osiris, Ten, and Suga, hey, say it in your own way in your divisions of the earth. So when they came back to him, it was like, hey man, they asking like, who is the us? And all that. He say, look, I'm not gonna tell them more than what they need to know. They'll figure it out eventually.
It makes sense because in Keeping, you got the same story.
Yeah.
You got people saying Jesus, Mary, all of it is the same story.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the Elohim, but they did not have permission from the Creator to make.
No, they got to no, exactly. They got together amongst themselves and concocted a story about how man was made. That's what they did.
Okay, so how was man made?
That's a whole nother topic, Aki. But we can get into it. You know what I mean? One of these days. That's a whole book. We'll be here till tomorrow. You know what I mean?
That's why like every region has a creation story.
Yeah. We'll be here till next week.
So the story in Genesis in the beginning, that's not accurate.
No, it's not. It's a made up story about false gods. You got a problem from Genesis, the first page. You got a problem.
Yeah.
The Elohim from Genesis, the first page. There's a problem.
So Genesis 1 and all that ain't correct.
If you read Wars chapter 26, you're gonna see exactly when they came up with the story, and when they ratified it, and how they sent it to the different divisions of the earth, and how all the humans was complaining like this don't even make sense. And so when they brought it back to Anu, he said, I don't care if it makes sense. Make it make sense. I'm not about to tell them. He was like, for one, I'm not even doing this for them. The deception is for those that come after them.
Can I ask you a question? Is this during a time where all the languages in scripture started splitting up?
This is before then. This is 3953 BC. Exactly. 3953 BC, the rise of Anu-Hassad. The beginning of the Oahspe, the time is measured in arc cycles. You know what I mean? So this is the arc of Cosmon we in now. The arc cycle before this was the arc of Bond. The arc cycle before this, the arc of Speed. And that's when all this rose up. But the archaeological proof in the earth is the 7 tablets of creation. That's in the museum. The 6th tablet of creation lines exactly up with the 6th day of creation in Genesis 1 when man was made.
Is that the same as the Sumerian tablet?
It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. So the Anu, Naki, and Harry, they call them Anu-Hassad. The story. So yes, man was created. Of course, man was created. With the story we've been believing this whole time is the tale of a false god. Trip off this, who can't even rise up until the phrases of Lord and God are eradicated out of this earth and worship. As long as Lord and God is worshiped, I knew it's stuck.
Yeah, but even if you dig into the book of Genesis and you dive in, when you start looking at the word from a Hebrew perspective, okay, so what happened to the whatever species or people that was on this earth prior to quote unquote Adam and Eve came here? Because it only said that the earth was just desolate and waste, but when you look to them, it's just full of darkness and all it is. So we know it's something that was here before Adam and Eve. So we don't even explain that.
Yep, and the story only go back 6,000 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you got the timeline in Oahspe where mankind, or Adam, was created all at once, all over this earth, in thousands and millions of pairs over 70,000 years ago. The story ain't even 6,000 years old. Exactly. So the story must be fake. Yeah. Yep. Look at this right here, y'all. Right here. But that's a whole other topic that's powerful. I'm telling you, it blow your mind. Look at this right here. He say, only for love and for love only I created you, my beloved. And Oahspe gave a long gasp and relaxed his mighty will and fell into a swoon, all limp and helpless. Still the God stood by him waiting, watching while he slept a while. And then by signals to the Essenes, which are, that's a heavenly choir, or who recalls other music still upon the scene, to be answered by the distant trumpeter. For the space of 7 days, Oahspe slept. And all the while, the great gods and goddesses did not relax their wheels or steadfast positions. And at the end of the 7th day, Oahspe began to sing in his swoon, like one weak and out of breath, but half awake. So they trying to restore him because he crazy after 400 years of being in the hell now. So they trying to restore him, like, hey, man, snap out of it. Like, you feel me? So here he go. Now he sing. Remember, Pharaoh started singing the Creator? Now I knew the false Lord God is singing. How could I deny you, O Jehovah? Was the evidence of my own life not before me? I raised up my voice against my Creator. I plucked him out of my soul. From all people in heaven and earth, I dispersed him. But those who applauded me turned against me, even as I had turned against you, you all person. Look at that, verse 16. In my vanity, I did not own that I was in you or of you. With my own hand, I cut myself asunder from you, O Creator. Oh, if only I had perceived I was going farther and farther away. If only I had known the road of life and death. I see your judgment upon me, O Jehovah. I hear your just decree. While the name of God or Lord or Savior is worshipped on the earth, I shall labor with the drudges of heaven and the drugs of earth. He say, look, as long as Lord God is worshiping this earth, he bound her laboring with demons. And look, and your mama just went to church and praised the Lord a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So that means that man still heard.
Yeah.
Good night. A most righteous judgment, O Jehovah, while I am in hell or in heaven, in Haddah or on the earth, I will pursue all peoples, mortals, and angels till I cast out the worship of a God and a Lord and of a Savior, and you alone, you great Spirit, ever-present person, everlasting and almighty. You shall be all in all. So he like, look, as long as that is worship in the earth, it don't matter. I'm going to pursue. I'm going to do the work to go ahead and cut this worship about the earth. And since that worship is still in the earth, guess what he's still doing? Still laboring against what he put out and worked so hard 6,000 years ago. Because if you spill it, you got to clean it up. Good night. Starting to make sense, huh? Let's get into what we gonna be doing when we die. Let's get into some of that. All right. To the live chat, if y'all get some understanding, drop a 9,000 in the chat. Because some people ask, well, am I gonna see my loved ones when I die? What if my loved ones didn't believe how I believe? Am I gonna see them, or am I gonna remember them? Or? Yeah. Oh man, that's messed up. So if your grade ain't high enough, boo boo, you may not be seeing your mama no more. I don't know. Well, so look, we gonna get some understanding, because remember, no one's beyond redemption, and your Creator is truly marvelous. You know what I mean? Even after death, redemption is still possible. You can always raise your grade. You can always, you know what I mean? But your rise and fall is on you. Like, he ain't about to come and hold your hand and make you do it. You feel me? Your rise and fall is on you. So we about to go through this book of divinity, and we about to show y'all the system in order after death. Like, what we gonna be doing the first couple of years after we die? How long your grandmama been dead? 15 years? I wonder what granny doing. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a whole system in order, because when we asked earlier, if I asked you what you're going to do according to the Bible, what are we going to be doing after we die when we cross over according to the Bible? The answer's going to be, I don't know, for the most part. When you get to heaven, what you going to do? I don't know. We may be singing holy, holy, holy all day, or, you know, I don't know, flying around in Huggies.
He might have said walking around heaven all day.
Walking around heaven all day. Time is the same. Time is the same. Time is measured in what's called arc cycles, arc seconds, arc minutes. An average arc cycle is 3,000 years. It's 3,000 years. You know what I mean? It's divided into 7.5 times. One time is 400 years. A half a time is 200. You know what I mean? And then with each of these times, another God rules, because there's resurrection. He takes God and his hosts. You know what I mean? And that your grade is high enough, you roll with the billions of them into Ethereum, and another God takes a seat.
So is the arc the same as a shard?
Is an arc the same as a who?
A shard?
No, an arc is a time period.
Right, that's what a shard is. A shard is 3,600 years to the Elohim. One shard, 1 year.
Oh, I thought you were talking about in the shard in here. And the shard in here is a guardian angel. So you talking about
time period.
Yeah, okay. There is arc cycles that are 3,600 years, but the average is 3,000.
And that would be considered 1 year.
One arc cycle. Yeah. So right now we're in the 25th arc cycle since the creation of mortals. 25th. 25 times 3 get you what?
75.
So you coming up. Once the end of this arc cycle hit, you'll be 75,000 years since the creation of man. Right now you at 71,107. What is it, Brian? We almost at 70. We almost at 71,000 or 7,200. We're almost halfway to 144. 144,000 basically.
So man, not hundreds of thousands of years old.
No, not this current crop of man. I was gonna say crop, planting of man. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Mom.
Depending on how you live in this life, and also depending on who you worship in this life, will dictate where you're going to be in the afterlife. So if you are not knowledgeable, if you're ignorant, or if you follow your preacher or whoever, and believing in that this preacher is saying, and what you read in the Bible from your own understanding is true, then you can wind up in a place that you didn't think even that you didn't earn. You feel like you didn't earn, but there you are.
Yeah. It tell you great wisdom don't come suddenly by dying. And your early entrance into the spirit world, you shall be easily deceived.
But it also said, like the name of who you calling on don't matter. It's all about your intention.
It's all about your concept of the creator that you hold in your mind. So that's important, because all we know is that the Lord God is angry and sits on the throne and coming to judge the world, and it's going to be blood up to the horse's bridle. You know what I mean? So that ain't the creator. Who is that? Like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about that. Like, How is the creator to be thought of?
Yeah.
That's important. Once you got that in your mind, like, and then at that point you can't be deceived. There's no deception once you understand the character of the creator versus the Elohim or the gods or the. There's no deception. So we're going to this book of divinity. We're about to show y'all the system in order. Okay, what you gonna be doing? Hey, the time in which you're gonna do greater works than when we talking about greater works than these you're gonna do. So if that ain't happening for the majority of us on this earth, then that time must be after you cross over. All right, so what we about to get into is like your advancement, your training, your studying, your continued education. All that continues when you cross over. You know what I mean? And how you grow to become an advanced angel or ancestor. We about to get into that. Metatron. That type. Yeah, Metatron. Enoch, baby. All right, so let's get into this. So, Book of Divinity. That's what chapter we're gonna go to. Now, it's giving you the times with it, which descended to the earth and became known by the names Diva, divine laws, being God's labors in atmosphere for a period of 3,100 years. During the passage of the earth from the Ark of Lu to the Oahspe in Ethiopia, and on earth from the time of Zarathustra to the time of Abraham, Brahma, Poe, and Iwata. Iwata is the great Aboriginal Indian prophet that lived 6,000 years ago. The creator had a great son of light that was here in the Americas, copper-colored, woolly hair, all that. His name was Iwata. He lived during the same exact time as Abraham, same exact time as Brahma and Poe. You dig? They all lived in separate divisions of the earth. None of them ever met each other, but they all taught the exact same thing. That's because the light of the creator was in them 4 divisions of the earth. He just rose up men who could hear him. You know what I mean? During the time Anu Hassad was trying to put his shit down. See? So watch this right here. Divinity. Now, this right here is called the timetables of prophecy. I don't know if y'all can see it up on the board. We got a timeline over here. Still man something. All right, so if y'all look over here to the far left, you'll see a number 1. A number 1 over here on the screen. And then next to it, you see 3,000. That's how long the arc cycle was. Next to that, you see 71,523. That's 71,523 BCE. All right. Then you see 68,523. That's how long, that's 3,000 years. Right? You go over here, you see Wan. That's the name of the arc cycle. So the first arc cycle was from 71,523 BC, 68,523 BC. It's called the Ark of Wan. The archangel that was over there is a brother by the name of Sathantes. His rank was an archangel, and it was the first ever man created. All right, we going down here. We going down here. When this book of divinity is being brought to the earth, down here, 22. We right here at 25. But 22 is when this, what we about to read happened. It was 3,100 years, 7,053 BC to 3,953. It's the Ark of Lu. The angel's name was Pharaoh. He was an Orion chief. And the main prophet on the scene was Zarathustra. That was 9,000 years ago. And then you got the next one is the 23rd arc cycle. It ran for 2,400 years, 3,953 BC to 1553. It's called the Ark of Speda. The angel over that arc cycle actually was a sister. Her name was Sapenta Armige. That's the name of a female angel. Her rank was an Orion chieftainess. And the main prophets in that day was Abraham, Brahma, Poe, and Iwata. So we do this to show y'all that we put everything on the timeline. If I asked you, if you running your mouth to me about who Moses was, if I asked you when was Moses born, and you can't give it to me, then you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. So Brahma is the brother who was over India. India. No, it's not. No, it's not. A lot of people say that, but it's not. Abraham was in Kemet or Africa. Brahma was in India. Poe was in China, and Iwata was in America. None of these men met each other. They were all born at the exact same time, and they all taught the exact same thing from the Creator. Exact same thing. All right, now watch this right here. Chapter 1, Divinity. Let's go show some of this. What we gonna be doing, Malachi? Now watch this. Now, some of this stuff you may not believe or whatever, but when I ask you, I say, well, what you got better than this, or what you got to replace it? I'm saying I'll be asking what we gonna do when we die, and everybody keep running, they don't know. So you ain't gotta believe it, but at least you aware. At least you aware, all right? Now watch this. Divinity 1:1. God, Son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority and the name of Jehovah, creator of all things, peace and comprehensive judgment to angels and mortals. Verse 2. That from little that has been demonstrated in the world of governments and principalities being manifested on earth, you may be taught that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens belonging to the earth. So we're saying the governments you see on earth are inspired. The setup of government you see on earth, Congress, Senates, parliaments, it's inspired by the heavens. There's organic bodies of governments in the heavens. You feel me? They ain't just wake up and say, oh, I think we're going to do a parliament today. All right, now watch this right here. Let's say verse 3, which heavenly places and governments were the cause and forerunners of good governments manifested among mortals. Jehovah said, he who is chief of a government on earth shall be called king, but he who is chief of my heavenly government shall be called God. See, God and Jehovah ain't the same, right? And it was so. I, who am God in my own behalf for the enlightenment of the world, declare the glory and wisdom of Creator above all things on the earth or in the heavens above. As the Creator provided that no man could be king forever, but must give way to a successor. Even so in his heavens, he also provided for his gods and lords to have successors at certain periods of time. So it ain't one God sitting forever. So you ask about a God from 3,000 years ago, he ain't even sitting no more. He off in Ethereum doing something else. See? Watch this. Just like your president today. Your president only sits for 4 years and then he got to get up. It's the same with the gods that the Creator appointed. So that the way would be open for everlasting resurrection of all men. Remember, you can become God one day. Sisters can become a goddess that the Creator called on. Right? But the reason they don't sit forever is so the way could be open. So Jericho could sit as God one day. Right? But if one God is sitting forever, there's no way for you to become that. See?
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Would that go back into Revelation when John was talking about how it's heaven on earth, and basically like we would be able to gain so many crowns and be able to stew over kingdoms and all that? That would be the same thing.
Well, you
Or
mean,
is it a little different?
but the highest heaven in Revelations is on the earth. It's New Jerusalem. It's coming down to earth. This is talking about onward and upward forever. Like it's countless worlds. Man, you ain't coming back to the earth from this. You know what I mean? So it's a lot different actually. You know what I mean? We're gonna talk about the New Jerusalem at the end of this. It's right here.
So that's similar to like the king's list.
Yeah.
So how like a king ruled for certain times
Yeah.
of the years.
Yeah, exactly.
One came after that.
Exactly. It says, so that the way will be open for everlasting resurrection of all men, by which all who choose may in time become also lords and gods for the countless worlds that now are and shall yet be created. So salute to the gods and goddesses. If you choose to be that one day, it's a great responsibility, but you can become that.
Yeah, but who wants to do all this after you come behind?
Oh, wait. But I mean, the blowback, I mean, ain't no harm foul on you. Like, if you God or God, all you got to do is try to resurrect mankind. And regardless if they get down or not, you know what I mean? Creative, like, hey, look, you can set for your 400 years. I'm about to send somebody else to take your spot. Grab all the brides and bridegrooms who have the right grade. Come on. That's it. Well, we were guys and goddesses in training. Right. In training, you know what I mean? Watch this right here. So look, this right here is an arc cycle, 3,000 years. And it's showing you the succession of the gods. Y'all see down here one arc cycle, 3,000 years. You see down here God rule, God rule, God rule. Succession of gods and his lords. See all that? This is a 3,000 year period arc cycle. Half a time, 200 years. One time, 400 years. The arc cycle is 7 times and a half. All right, you see, God sit no longer than 400 years, and then he got to transition. 1 and 8. Jehovah said, I blow my breath outward, and behold, all things are created. They go away in disorder, but they come back to me orderly and in organic companies. And every individual member is like a tree bloomed to perfection in every branch. Jehovah said, these companies return to me in all their glory, are marshaled in decorum and disciplined by my gods, for such is their labor. Jehovah said, the labors of my God shall be chiefly in atmosphere. Nevertheless, my gods and lords shall not only labor with the spirits of the dead to teach them organic discipline and harmony, but they shall provide for mortals, so that they also may learn the system and glory of my creations. During Pharaoh's time in the dawn of the cycle of Lu in heaven, Creator commanded the founding of an organic congress for his God, lords, and Lord gods. And Pharaoh created the organic body and named it the Diva, making, not what they call the sisters today, the Diva, making God his chief with the title Div, even as it is known to this day in the sacred book of mortals. Creator said, in the early days of the world, I give the races of man on the earth a depot to rule over them. But in time after, I give them representative governments with many voices, having a right to help make the laws similarly, and I provide for the lower heavens. In the early days, I provide a God who shall be dictator and governor in his own way. But in latter times, I provide a parliament in heaven, in which my God and my Lord shall jointly consult together in framing laws for angels and mortals, and these shall be called divine laws. Jehovah said, behold, my God, lords, and sub-gods shall teach the same things in the different parts of the earth and in these heavens. I will not have one Lord teaching one thing in one place, and another teaching the same thing differently in another place. Creator said, my God and Lord shall provide comprehensively, so that all peoples on earth and in heaven may be drawn toward me in harmony and discipline. We're going to chapter 3 of Divinity. Let's show what we're going to be doing, man. This is about to get good. It's about to get good. Good night, good night, good night. Now watch this. Chapter 3. I'm going to scroll down to 4. God said, behold, I come to reveal what was done in heaven, so that you, O my son, may understand the cause of things being done on earth. These divine laws were made in heaven, and by the lords of that day through their angels given to mortals, by which mortals became a manifestation of heavenly things. Here follows a continuation of these laws, namely, of the third divine law. If a man is not too weak, he shall confess to all the lords with repentance. On the other hand, if he is too weak to utter words, then the priest shall confess him by holding the right hand while saying the holy words. And while this is being done, the guardian angel shall provide a sufficient number of spirits to receive the newborn and bring him to the place in heaven that has been previously selected for him. So it's going into like funerary rites. Like when you die, there are rites and ceremonies. When you get married, there are rites and ceremonies. When you born, there are rites and ceremonies that mortals do. We never ask like where this type of stuff come from. You know what I mean? Like all this was designed in the heavens. The third divine law, verse 5. The third divine law also decreed as follows: if the Essenes, which is a newborn spirit, is a Zarathustran is a faithist, one who has faith in Creator, and his kin family in heaven are drudges or demons, he shall not be taken to the heaven where they are, nor shall his kin be permitted to see him for 30 days. But after 30 days, his kin, if they are demons or drudges, may be permitted to see him in his own place in heaven, but only if they are under guard. Look at that. So, say your loved ones don't believe what you believe. Say he was a beast in the streets. He ain't rocking how you rock. Say you can see him, but you got to be under guard, though. You still get a chance to go holler at your people and all that. You know what I mean? Some of us got, a long gang banging background. Got family I heard that was really, really tripping. But do you see your people again once you cross over? The answer is yes.
It sounds like visitation in the jail.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Like you can see them, but you gotta be under guard. You know what I mean? Makes sense? But again, the uncertainty of not seeing your people again is off the table now. Right. Still, I mean, he your people. He may be jacked up by her, but you still love him though. You know what I mean? The fourth divine law: if the Essene or newborn spirit is a Zarathustran, that's us. That's what we talking about here. And his kin in heaven belong to the organic heavens, then he shall be taken to them, and his abiding place shall be with them for a season. The fifth divine law: if the newborn spirit or Essene is a Zarathustran or Faithist, his spirit shall not be allowed to remain longer than 3 days and 3 nights with his mortal kindred. And then he shall be taken to his place in heaven and given into the keeping of the Asaps. Those are angels that receive your spirit, who shall explain all things to him. Because you're a newborn baby in spirit, basically. When you die in the flesh, you become a newborn spirit. So it's a whole, just like when you were born here, it was all a whole system in order already waiting on you. It was hospitals, it was parents, it was loved ones, it was nurses. It's the same when you cross over. It's a system in order already prepared for you. There are people, it's spirits already prepared to receive your spirit, like the baby that came out. Put them in a receiving blanket. You know what I mean? Put them in his boppy and you know all this extra kid stuff. It's the same thing in spirit. Like when you cross over.
Is it the same for in the physical, like people who claim to see spirits and spirits come to them and they're lost and can't find the light? Is that like the same thing?
That's a different order. This right here is going over those who died having the faith in the Creator itself. You know what I mean? And but then we got other orders in here too. We're gonna read them. It's gonna talk about how you may not have believed at all in the great spirit, but you may have been what people call an atheist today. And really wasn't no bad person. You were not here murdering nobody with that. You just wasn't convinced it was a creator or a God. You know what I mean? There's still education and stuff provided for you. You know what I mean? Look at it right here. It say, okay, verse 8. God said, while the mortal priests were reciting prayers after death in the morning, at noon, and at sunset, the Ashar shall assemble in the same house along with the newborn spirit and join in the singing and praying, for it will pacify the spirit and restore him to know what is taking place. And this shall be called the sixth divine law. So when you're on your deathbed, right, and priests and all them praying and reciting songs and all that, your guardian angels are in the room with them, praying and singing right along.
Or the angel, the spirit of whoop on you.
Okay, look, we existed in a spirit before the body, right?
No. No, your spirit was created as soon as that semen from your father hit the egg of your mama. That's when you were created.
So why does scripture say, I knew you before you were shaking?
Because he knows all, and you come from the Creator.
So don't our spirits proceed?
The Creator comes from the Creator is before you come in the flesh. Your spirit was actually created once that sperm hit the egg. That's when you were created. There'll never be another Jericho.
Right. So what I'm saying, our spirits did not exist.
No, the Creator spirit. You are part and parcel with the Creator. The Creator spirit existed, not in the individual Jericho. That was created as soon as that sperm hit that egg. You got life, and that's when your spirit was created. My spirit, and that's why there will never be another anyone in her. There'll never be looking for the next Michael Jordan. No, there's only one. You know what I mean? There's only one. You dig? But so the Creator existed, his spirit, right? Your spirit came forth from him as soon as that sperm hit that egg. Okay, that's when and the reason he knew you before that is because he knows all. You come right from him. You know what I mean? Watch this right here.
Earlier, based on the scripture, I told you like that more of a character that had a universe sitting inside. It's like he inside the creator, we're like his atoms. He gives life, gives it out, and don't even diminish none from it. You know, that's what he's talking about.
Verse 9, God said, and the same law shall apply in the case of a Zarathustrian woman. In the case of a Zarathustrian child who died in infancy, the day of decree. Y'all forgot to lock the door and all that. Over here tee-hawing and cacking. Your sister had to go lock the door. Yeah, y'all over here kicking the Willy Bobo. Hey. Now look right here. It say in the case, it say God said the same rule shall apply in the case of a Zarathustrian woman. In the case of a Zarathustrian child who died in infancy, the day of decree. The seventh divine law, the child of a Zarathustrian being too young to speak shall not make confession, even through the priest. The mortal priest shall say, "Oh, you master of light, behold, my child is dead. Receive its little tender spirit. Take it to your heavenly place of delight." And the Ashars or guardian angels shall take the young Essene to a place suited to it and deliver it to the Asaps, those who receive your spirit. And the Asaps shall examine it. And if it requires fetal, meaning you got to go attached to his parent, they shall provide it in heaven, if possible. But if it is too young, then the Asaps with a sufficient guard shall take it back to its mortal mother or to his mortal father or to his brother or its sister or other near kin or to whomever the Asaps find most advisable. And the spirit child shall be put to bed every night with his fetal mother, fetal father, or fetal host, so that its spirit may draw sufficient sustenance to grow into everlasting life. But the Asaps who have it in charge shall bring it away in the morning to his place in heaven. To his place in heaven. But in no case shall a Zarathustrian spirit child be left to fetal with a contentious mortal woman or with a drunken mortal man. God propounded, if a Zarathustrian is dead and his spirit has resided many years in the place of heavenly delight, and then his mortal wife dies, and she is not what we own, not a Zarathustrian, the members of the Diva all spoke, because a lot of us are in relationships and our spouse may not be on the same level. You know what I mean? Does she go burn forever and it's just over? You don't see her no more. Watch this. The members of the Diva all spoke. Then God decreed the eighth divine law, which was the spirit of such a woman shall not be allowed to go to the place of her husband. For 30 days she shall be kept in a place suitable for her. After that, she may under guard visit her husband, but until she accepts the Creator's law, she shall not dwell with the husband in heaven, nor with her children in heaven. And if she has mortal children, she shall not be permitted to see them except under guard. Y'all see that? Though you still get time to accept the Creator even after death, right? But if it ain't one accord, it's not like y'all chilling in the same spot, kicking the Willy Bobo. See what I'm saying? It's like, nah, you ain't burning, you ain't going to hell forever or none of that. It's just y'all not dealing with the same measure of faith when it comes to the Creator. You know what I mean? But you still see your loved ones.
And you gotta protect those children too.
You dig? Like we ask you, do you see your loved ones after you die? Do you remember them? Do you, according to the Bible, you be like, dang, I don't know.
So I got a question. We were just talking about how there's still nurses and doctors and all of that in the different levels, right?
Yeah.
So is it the same thing? Like we still married in this past? I mean, different worlds and stuff. Like is it still the same order in the physical as it is?
Yeah, that's why marriage is very, very sacred. You dig? That's why we gotta be real careful about who we calling our boo-boo and our spouse and our babe and who we decide to open ourselves up to and make a covenant with.
That ain't so we don't be married to them.
Hey, hey. Hey, we got to choose wisely. Gotta choose wisely because you gonna be dwelling with your spouse. That's the aim of it. Hey. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like the responsibility never leaves.
So you still, even though you divorced
You marry another, you still attached to that person.
You got to make sure you cut them soul ties while on earth. Like make sure you cut them. You know how many people don't. You know how many people don't. You know how many people don't do that. And that's why some people say they get married one time and that's it. Because of this. You know what I mean? Some people just say, man, I'm one time in, one time out. If this don't work, it's just what it is. You know what I mean? Because you dwell with your spouse. Especially if y'all close to being on one accord. You know what I mean? So, but remember this too. Like, the responsibility does not leave. You know what I mean? So imagine Solomon, 1,000 women. Good night. Good night. You responsible for all these. Man, I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even imagine. You know what I mean? But that's what you wanted. So you got to deal with that. You know what I mean? But no, cut them soul ties now. You know what I mean? Like whatever you ain't, you know, whatever past relationship didn't work out, your best bet is to get to cutting soul ties.
So how you cut soul ties?
Open up your mouth and say open up your mouth and say I sever and break this soul tie, got with a little bullet. You know what I mean? Straight up. Yep, cut that soul tie. Right here, verse 13. The ninth divine law was the same before a Zarathustrian woman whose husband was not a Zarathustrian, for he was bound by the same law, and thus kept separate in heaven until he accepted the Oahspe or the Creator's law. God propounded, if a Zarathustrian has a wife who is not a Zarathustrian, she gets premature birth, whether by accident, miscarriage, or abortion. What happens to the spirit of that child? What happens to the spirit of that child? On this, all the members of Diva spoke, and after that, God decreed, such spirit shall not be brought to heaven for a season, but shall be fetal, attached day and night on its natural mother or father. Until in spirit, that child return. And look, that's why a lot of women who have abortions become depressed. That's the spirit of that child returning to attach to your spirit, because they still depend on you for substance. You're responsible regardless. You know what I mean? Yeah. Still responsible for it, regardless. Such spirit shall not be brought to heaven for a season, but shall be fetal day and night on its natural mother or father until the full 9 months are completed, and then it shall be delivered with due ceremonies by the Ashars, guardian angels. After that, it shall be fetal, attached the same as the 7th divine law, and this was the 10th divine law. The 11th divine law, if a Zarathustrian attains the maturity before he dies, his spirit shall be in the sin for 2 years. And during this time, he shall be attended by not less than 2 Asaph. And Asaph is the angel that receives his spirit. When he goes away from his heavenly home, and the Asaph shall teach him. Now, hold on, we get into education now. What you gonna be doing your first 2 years after death? And the Asaph shall teach him the mode of travel, the manner of knowing localities, both on the earth and in the first resurrection. And they shall teach him the variety and kinds of food suited to the highest, best education of a spirit. But when he travels with his companions of his own heavenly group, then the Asaphs of the group shall go along with them. And during the 2 years, he shall be provided with food and clothes from the stores in heaven. And he shall not labor to provide himself with anything. Makes sense, because a newborn child don't provide himself with anything. You see that? But he's learning. He's learning travel, localities, both on earth, first resurrection. He's learning about different kinds of food. This is the first 2 years after you cross over having this full faith in Creator. Right? You're in Essenes for 2 years. Watch this. Now right here, here's the, go ahead, Nick. But right here is the list. I know we visual. It's kind of hard to visualize what we're talking about. If you look on the left side of this, I don't know if it's up there yet, but you see first resurrection on the left side, second resurrection on the right side. All right. Now look, for the first 2 years, you're in the same. The next 2 years after that, you had entered apprentice. Good night. Next 7 years, you were craftsman. For 3 years, you were nurse assistant to the Asaphs. 10 years, you were assistant to the physicians. 10 years, you were a nurse. Nehemiah's a male nurse. 50 years, you're a physician. 12 years at entered factor. 12 years, food transporter. 12 years, large body transporter. 30 years, creative. 12 years, ooze learner. 40 years, enter college. 8 years, enter architecture. 18 years, judgment seat and throne builder. 70 years, enter school of light and darkness. 24 years, heavenly boats and ships, propeller and builder. 50 years, atmosphere and earth traveler. We got, which for the first or primary education, for the first 372 years after you die, we got a blow by blow detail of what you're going to be doing when you cross over.
Put it out like that.
Primary, and that's just the primary education. That ain't even the secondary education to where you become a marshal, a lord, a messenger. Good night. And then right here is the education.
Why I was trying to speak down,
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Is that when you hear stuff like, food carrying and all that, but then you read in the Bible, you read from the tree of life. Why does it sound strange to you? You see what I'm saying? And when you understand the Bible, you read the Bible, you know that God never even authorized it. It's your question. There's a law for it. But when you get to the Messiah, read Matthew chapter 19. Turn to it, make a note of it, and start in chapter 1. Pharisees come and ask him, write about it. Why did Moses give a law for divorce? And he said, for the hardness of the heart, Moses substituted with your wife. But he said, before the beginning, it was not so. So now they're saying that stuff lasts forever. Do you know that Eve and Adam, she took a covenant of another man or whatever she mindset she want to have. You have different versions of the story, right? Yeah. He's still staying with her. Then he followed them, and they both got kicked out, both got naked, and both took on their bodies and died. But he never put that woman away. Then when you hear the older story, you read in Lost Books of Eden, right? She actually did it again a few more times. And then she was like, you know what, this kid may go back to the garden. He won't let me back here because he got to play the story. And he still told that woman, you talk foolish. You flesh of my flesh and all my bone, I'm trying to hurt you. Yeah, we all in there. See, now it's like, when we make sense, makes sense. And then over here, sadly, we all been equipped with the mind of, our heart. So, being that we learn the character by God without any intercession, because that's why he's never present. All know. So you know where you at, know what's going on. You just need to sincere and contrite heart. You pick it, boy. We heard this here in the story of Moses while I was listening to the court, going to the house. Check on my life. You see what I'm saying? Make sure she good. Like he was saying there, he said, all I should do is just get it. That's all I should do. And remember, the Bible tells you, he said, I wish that none was suffer. And in the end, everybody on this side of the fence would be on this side. And that'd be that great thing of day. But what I'm saying is, that's why you need eternity to correct this type of stuff. You see how much time you going on and fix stuff like this? That we mess up.
Man.
And it all comes back to the man. That's why you sit back and not be mad and listen. Oh, yeah, gotta come back and holler at me.
All things answered.
All things answered.
All things answered.
Anyways, I ain't gotta be tripping off you, tripping off you. You messed up, you know enough, you learn it. And that's why that these levels. Because now you learn to get less of self and more of me. And then now you have more of me, you can give more to everything under you. Now I'm going to sing off to a whole new universe. Right? Now I heard you talking about the Revelation story. The story, like he said, it's in the first. Level 1. But who you think that everybody that died, in the middle we use your thinking, right? Everybody that died from the time of Adam to the time of today. It's going to fit inside of a box. It's going to land in Jerusalem, smaller in America. And we're going to run around that deal for an eternity. While the wicked who survived the great judgment, the pit, the letting the devil out for 1,000 years, and then death and hell swallowed up, they still slide around on outside the gate while Jesus and God sitting there with us, and we run around tight as that in that box. Sound like jail. Or do this make more practical knowledge? then I'm gonna keep you here. This is where you was birthed from. They had all other worlds I created when you on those worlds of birth from. And you heard. And all of us are learning what? To be selfless and loving and kind to each other and to the creation that he created. All the way down to stop eating my animals, stop killing them. You know what I'm saying? Because he made them before he made us.
Yeah.
Everybody say, I don't want to talk to you that. You can read that in the book of Hosea, that's in the Bible. He said, everybody talk to you that. David told you in Psalms 9, he said, we spent 40 years in this thing over with. We never knew this way.
Good night.
And then they tell you the guys that you died from Sheol and them. So, and that's in the Bible. We ain't even in the Oahspe. I'm telling you, I can do it all day in the Bible. Everything you tripping on for that you hear tonight ain't nowhere near what's going on in the Bible. The Bible is the person we've been teaching to for a long time. I'm a lifetime in it. Grew up in it. So, schooled up in it, literally paid to go to school in it. You know, probably like mama was using the Catholic. The rough thing. Chapel every Friday, church every Sunday, Nicene Creed every day, then pledge allegiance to somebody's flag.
The Nicene Creed. Here, let's get this. Verse 17. So now we understand there's education that continues after death. There's training, there's advancement, there's resurrection, which means graduation. Is all that. Watch this. The 12th divine law was in reference to the same spirit, which was at the end of 2 years. The ASAP shall deliver him and those of his group who are prepared into the department of first instruction. And his name shall be entered in the library of that department of heaven as entered apprentice in the first resurrection. Here, his first lesson shall be making clothes and providing food for himself and others. And he shall be entitled to participate, if he so desires, in the recreations of the entered apprentices, such as music, dancing, marching, painting, or other arts. So, you still continue to, extend your talents that you have. And still continue to be creative, but more advanced. 18, 13th divine law was in reference to the same spirit, which was he shall serve not less than 2 years as entered apprentice, and longer if his proficiency is not sufficient for advancement. But when he is advanced, he shall no longer be called entered apprentice, but a craftsman. And he shall be taken to a suitable place where his labor will contribute to the heavenly kingdoms. And his recreation shall entitle him to instruction in both corporeal, physical, and Essenes, spiritual knowledge. And their correspondence as a craftsman, he shall serve 7 years. Verse 19. That's this whole list I showed y'all just now. We're running them down. So what you gonna be doing? All this.
Another thing too, when you first get married, like when you first go here, it's just like in the Bible, you got that war clause, right? You don't go to war, nothing like that when you first get married. You're absent from all that. Gives you time to build your house and start your legacy in case you don't come back. Same thing here, you shielded for the first couple of years because certain things you just gotta have when you get it. So just like you shielded here, you need to shield here. You gotta get this. It's gonna be the start of your education. Your kindergarten, pre-K, boom, now you're flying.
Makes sense. 19, the 14th divine law was in reference to the same spirit, which was the craftsman's examination being completed, he shall then return to labor in the nurseries in heaven, become an assistant to the ASAPs. And during this period, he shall report at the roll call, and his teachers shall take him with them down to mortals and teach him how to see and hear physical things, corporeal things. And they shall also explain to him feudalism and the obsession of mortals by drudges, demons, so that he may understand the cause of lying, stealing, tattling, conspiracies, and murders among mortals. Good night. Verse 20. The 15th divine law pertained to the same spirit, which was, after he has served 3 years as nurse assistant to the ASAPs, he shall be promoted to the hospitals in heaven as assistant to the physicians. And they shall teach him the restoration of spirits in chaos, and crazy spirits, and deformed spirits, and of sick spirits, and of spirits afflicted with foul smells who cannot clean themselves, especially of the spirits of women who produced abortion on themselves or suffered it to be done to them, and of monomaniacs and all manner of diseased spirits. And the physician shall take him with them when they go down to mortals to remove fetals, and he shall learn how they are severed safely to both. And they shall take him to the battlefields where mortals have slain one another, whose spirits are in chaos or are still fighting, and he shall assist in bringing them away from the physical place, and also learn how to restore them. So you learn how to restore chaotic spirits and where to deliver them when restored. And if there are knots, we all know what a hell knot is, right? And if there are knots in any region near at hand, the physician shall take him to the knot and show him how they are untied and how they are mastered and delivered. Remember, this is about hell today and how hell is delivered and all that. This is a skill you learn when you cross over. You learn how to deliver hell. You learn how to untie hell knots. You see what I'm saying? You continue to grow and advance. Should nobody be mad about it, because even Jesus went to hell and delivered hell. This is showing you how it happens. And that it's a skill you acquire as you continue to advance after you die. Right here, and show him how they are untied and how they are mastered and delivered. And if there is any hell near at hand, the physician shall take him there and teach him how hell is delivered and his people restored. For 10 years he shall serve as assistant to the physicians. This sounds like greater works. When Yahshua was like, greater works you're going to do than what I'm doing. This is when you learn how to do it. You ain't never learned how to deliver no hell and untie no hell not before.
He was a 3-day runner.
Good.
10 years.
Good. Simeon Toko was doing great work.
He was. He was.
And he said the 144 was coming back here. So how does that play out?
The Simeon Toko was just one man.
Right, but I'm saying he said the army is coming.
He did. But I mean, the only time will tell if his prophecy is true. Yeah. That's it. But he was great. He got down. He got down. You know, but only time will tell. Only time will tell is what he said will come to pass. You know what I mean?
So who was he?
Who was who? Simeon Toko? He was a man from the Congo.
I'm saying, how did he get the type of power that he had?
He mastered corporeality. He mastered corporeality. So really, shit, he learned one of these situations before he even died. Yeah, he already was enlisted or something in one of these academies. Yeah, because he mastered corporeality. They was chopping him up and doing all type of crazy stuff. He was, you know what I mean? Yeah, real spirit. 21. The 16th dividend law applied to the same spirit, which having full gang. I'll holler you later, right? The 16th dividend law applied to the same spirit, which was having fulfilled the part of assistant physician, he shall be promoted to the full rank of nurse. And in that department, he shall serve 10 years, which completes his emancipation in that order. And after that, any and all the nurseries of the lower heavens shall be free and open to him. And he shall go to whichever one he desires, except when specially commanded for a certain work by his Lord or by the God of his division. So when y'all get a chance, y'all finish reading that book of divinity, it go in blow by blow. Exactly. Divinity 3, Divinity 4, Divinity 5. They go into the school of light and darkness, the school of creation. You know what I mean? It go into it. The 23rd, I'm gonna read this one right here, verse 26. He shall now enter college. Look at that. You going back to school when you cross over. He shall now enter college and serve according to his talents from 5 to 40 years, learning corporeal and spiritual measuring and distances, rotations, velocities, magnets, currents of vortices, roadways and vortices, and how to measure vortices by their spiral force, how to find the center and the periphery of vortices. And if he serves the full term of 40 years, he shall have the freedom of the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st, 22nd, and 23rd commandments. And all those places shall be forever open for him. And if he chooses to go into any of them, he shall do so unless specially ordered to some other emerging place by his Lord or the God of his division. So y'all finish reading that. School of Light and Darkness is right here. How to build heavenly boats and thrones. And there go the list again right there. We about to close on out. But look at all these titles and different education and colleges you got to go through. You feel me? Like, so you ain't just dead screaming holy, holy, holy all day. Or just walking around heaven. Or you don't become an angel with huggies on, flying around striking people with darts. No. No. It's a whole system and order set up for you. Waiting. You know what I mean? And this right here, let me show y'all this real quick. This right here, and we gonna close on out of this piece, on out of this junk. But y'all finish reading Divinity chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Now this right here, because we gotta show the end game. End game is right here. As y'all see, these documents go deep. We the credit gang to put so many of this stuff together. The New Jerusalem and the lake of fire. The New Jerusalem and the lake of fire. That's what we were just talking about earlier in Revelation 21, 22, right? A lot of people don't know that the New Jerusalem, based off the description in the Bible, is a box. It's a cube. It's a cube. We're going to show y'all. Second death, lake of fire. Revelation 20, 11 through 15. And I saw a great white throne and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and heaven fled away. And there was found no more place for them. I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open. And another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Revelation 21, 10 through 16. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God, and her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. And he had a wall. New Jerusalem had a wall great and high, had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and the names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. On the east, 3 gates. On the north, 3 gates. On the south, 3 gates. On the west, 3 gates. Now watch this. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed of measuring stick to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. Now look at this, verse 16. And the city, the New Jerusalem, heaven, this is heaven, supposed to be the Garden of Eden too. And the city lieth 4 square. All right, and the length is as large as the breadth, and he measured the city with a reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height are equal. That's a box. There ain't nothing else measured like that. If the length, the width, and the height of it is the same, that's a box. That's a box. Now look what it says, Revelation 21:16 in the NET version. It says, now the city is laid out as a square, its length and width the same. He measured the city with the measuring rod at 1,400 miles. Its length and width and height are equal. In order to calculate the square mileage of the New Jerusalem, we have to multiply the length by the width. So that's 1,400 miles long times 1,400 miles wide, which equals 1.9 million square miles. So now we got the square mileage of what the Bible calls heaven. This is the end game. This is where everybody's trying to get to, the New Jerusalem. It's a golden box, and it's 1.9 million square miles. So y'all walk any direction long enough, you're gonna run into a wall. This supposed to be the all highest heaven.
And it's sitting on 12 foundations of crystal.
This is supposed to be the all highest heaven. And at this moment, it's on earth. Now, we just read about the heavens and the different educations, and we just read about all that, right? This is the end game. This, where everybody says he's trying to go to heaven based on what the Bible was saying. This is it. It's the New Jerusalem. It's a box. Watch this. So we know it's 1.9 million square miles. If this is true, then the New Jerusalem is no bigger than the United States of America. So the all highest heaven we all trying to get to is square miles. It's no bigger than the United States of America. And this is the end game, y'all. This is the all highest heaven we all trying to get to. Watch this. Source, Wikipedia. It says contiguous United States Wikipedia. The contiguous United States occupies an area of 3.119 square miles. Of this area, 2.9 million square miles is actual land. So the New Jerusalem actually, as we speak, could fit inside the United States right now.
And all the souls of Adam to now.
The New Jerusalem that we read about in Revelations can fit inside the United States right now. And this is the end game. This is Revelation chapter 20, 21, and 22. It ain't no chapter 23. You see what we fighting to get to? It's a box that's smaller than the current continent, the current state, not state, country you live in.
Then they say outside the kingdom is a lake of fire.
Oh, hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Revelation 22, 14 to 15. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life and may enter in through the gates into the city. For outside of the city, this is after the lake of fire. Outside of the city are dogs, sorcerers, whoremongers, and murderers, and idolaters, and whoso love and make a lie. Now, why are they not in the lake of fire? The lake of fire was back here in Revelation 20. What? Revelation 20, right here. Revelation 20, 14, and 15. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Revelation 22 and 15 says, right here. For without or outside the city are dogs and sorcerers and a whoremonger, y'all, is a male prostitute. So you mean to tell me the all highest heaven we fighting to get to, no bigger than the United States that we live in right now, outside of it are male prostitutes, men and assless chaps. Surrounding the city.
As we're trying to get to a higher life.
If we just putting our thinking caps on, if this is the all highest heaven, right? Something wrong with it. Something wrong with it. We've been talking about the different levels of heaven, resurrection, graduation. You know what I mean?
That's the Anunnaki kingdom.
That's biblical.
Yeah, New Jerusalem.
Christ is in there. Christ is guidance. Christ is the light thereof.
I was just saying that's too small. Look.
Well,
should my question is this: should the all highest heaven at least be bigger than your current country you live in? Shouldn't it be bigger than the United States?
Yes.
And look, all the souls, like bro been saying, since the beginning of time, supposed to be up in there. Houston, we got a problem. So you've been duped from the beginning to the end. You know what I mean? And it ain't your fault. It's just you've been dealing with false deities and gods the whole time. We've been covenanting with them, and we really ain't been questioning that.
So the university that we're supposed to be going to
ain't on earth. It's in the heavens as we continue to progress higher and higher.
Yeah.
But don't that make sense though? Like when you was out the telescope and you do really hard with the whole telescope and you look out. But it's just on the third night, you gotta get out the city. It's always in the camera. Get out the city. You can go camp with this young city, just go see that night. You actually see all the stars and something like away from the small and corner.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about, you know, it makes sense. If he never stopped resting, we read earlier, he never stopped resting, he never stopped creating, right? And his creation exists wherever he goes. Any more things out there to do? Any more amazing words, you know?
It's beautiful.
Like, it's not the only universe.
Yeah, man. Onward and upward and out.
Forever.
Forever.
The omniverse. You know about the omniverse?
Look at this right here, y'all. You do that all the time. You time travel in your mind, you sleep.
You ever think about somebody like, man, I was just thinking about you. You already been spiritually, I do that all the time. I talk to them, man, I was just thinking about you, bro. Man, I was just thinking about you. Yeah, outside. You saw a situation about that lady. I had a friend of mine that was killed. And another girl, she said she had envisioned him, that he had just got killed. A dude that just was going to get killed, did get killed at Midtown. And one more person was going to be waiting for the person who killed all three. Chief on started. And she told me exactly how he died. He was already dead, not to tell her. And I knew what he did. I don't know. Anyway, it was just amazing. It'd be amazing when people work stuff back. And you know, the first time we shoot it off. You know, we've been talking boogeyman. You know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. But everything, like you said, but you know who your creator is, and you can't be that way no more. You can't sell nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, you told me that you was light skinned and 5'1". I know what.
Real spill, y'all. So that's it. That's it for the, you know, for the lesson today. You dig? Hopefully everybody got some type of understanding.
Well,
you
know what
dig?
it really is, and that's what everybody wants to fight.
Hopefully everybody got some understanding. It's all good. It's all good, y'all. All praise to the All praise. All praise to the Creator, y'all. All praise to the Creator. So, look, we also learned too that you know, your chestnuts roast. You're not gonna roast them, okay? Like, stop being so scared. You get out here and do something good for once in your life. All right? Yeah, you ain't gonna be scared. Your Creator love every last one of y'all. Yeah.
You got that. I feel bad about being kind of other people.
The end game over this way is onward and upward forever. It's countless worlds. The end game for what we just read in Revelation is no big box, no bigger than the continental United States of America. And it's on Earth. It ain't even there. It's on Earth. Right? So walking one distance long enough, you won't smack right to a wall. The male prostitutes, men in assless chaps. Hold on. Hold on. All right, and everybody in the chat, if y'all got some understanding, y'all drop some 9,000s in the chat. Another 5-hour chop session, man. Be going by so fast, but you know, let us get on about her. Boo Boo looking at me crazy, like, if you don't wrap this up, you can hurry up. What is you doing? For y'all don't know, we got the frankincense and myrrh, pure body oils up here. You know what I mean? Good for meditation, good for inflammation. And if your elders got swollen joints, whatever, rub that sucker on there, pour it in your oil burners. You know what I mean? The whole house will smell like it. Very good and medicinal. I'm singing over 5,000 pure body oil. You know what I mean? Come check us out before y'all get up out of here. All praises, glory, and honor to the great spirit, the creator, the God maker. God has a maker. Good night. God has an actual maker. We're praying to God. So, good night. Shout out to my brother T Brew in the building. What up, huh? I ain't seen that brother. Yeah. Oh yeah, we ain't playing no games. We right back Friday going over some other controversial topic. Shout out to our sister Amana, our sister Ursha. She made all this possible. She say, bro, look, bro, hey, look, the video is cool, but we need you up here in the flesh to look at you. You know what I mean? Grill you real quick. I'm like, all right, well, come on with it. Let's get it done. You know what I mean? So, hey, look, we do this for fun. So, if any other time we can make this happen, I'm game. I ain't worried about that. I mean, I'm always okay. I'm rearrange things. Let's get it. Let's get it. I don't work on my own salvation. I work for everybody else. I'm not even worried about mine. We going over if Saul of Tarsus was Paul the apostle was a false apostle. Like, that's major. That's major. Yeah, it's you got some feelings about for yeah, mama. Come bring your things, bring your Bibles. We gonna get it in on that one. That one right there almost got me hung from the gateway arch. Yeah. I mean, hang me like 55. Yeah, long of it. And so what we gonna do? What we gonna do is read one of these books of praise real quick and pray on out. You know what I mean? And let's go ahead and make it happen, man. Everybody get home safely tonight out in St. Louis streets. Everybody got some understanding. James, shout out to James Wright in the building. What's the word, James Wright? What's going on, James? I ain't seen you in a minute, brother. Good to see you in the building. Love and life on you. If you can pull up Friday, brother, you might give you the coordinates and all that. All right, y'all, come on. We can pray on out real quick, and we can go ahead and get back to it. You know what I mean? What time is it? 10:50. 10:50. We gonna read this. Beauty sleep. Did the boy just say beauty sleep? What's wrong with him, T. Group, man? Yeah, but y'all make sure y'all read that Divinity chapter 3, 4, and 5. Read that. Okay, yeah, my point. I'm sending this to you, y'all. That's the brother Jericho, man. He walked here with that long beard. He's like, yeah, my name's Jericho. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, man. You know what? We're going to read this shit. Let me send this to Jericho. There go that link right there, Jericho. All right, we're gonna read one of Yahshua's prayer out of Oahspe real quick. You know what I mean? Read Big Bro prayer. He went in. Let me tell you. What's up? What's up, little short legger? What's happening? All right. So I'm gonna read this. Y'all can just repeat it within yourself, real quick, and let's go ahead and make this happen. All right, stop the screen real quick. Let me read this real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and get it done. We're gonna get out here and get home safely. All right, and y'all can just repeat this within yourself. All right, this is the prayer. This is the prayer of brother Yahshua the Essenes coming out of Oahspe. He says, do not call on the name of any God or Lord and worship, but worship Creator only. And when you pray, let it be in this manner: Jehovah, who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name and reverend among men. Sufficient for me is my daily bread, and as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me and make me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are yours. For all honor and glory are yours. Worlds without end. All praises. Let's get it done, y'all. All praises. All praises. Right on for having us today, y'all. You know what I mean? Right on for having us today. Nothing but love and light. Another 5-hour chop session is in the books, baby. We about to go ahead and get up out of these St. Louis streets real quick. And number love and light, man. Everybody got some understanding today, so that's a good thing. I'm signing on out. Y'all already know CGG's in the building, create a gang. And we got another one of these Friday, but I'll tap back in with y'all tomorrow. We probably do a recap. And just keep the wheels turning. You know what I mean? Love and light bombs to everybody in the chat. Let's word.